and that ship were the ship carrying the slaves to Europe. The slaves will be at downstairs, down floor, and the white men will be at the top floor doing church service at the top floor, and the slaves will be at the down floor.
And the bottom, yes.
You know all this. I think you know better than me, because I know you know, but you know more or better than me. So please, when we are listening to you, we are learning something from you people. So when you with fact, truth, because I've never seen or hear any chief who has died in Ghana, and even one person. He said a chief has died, so we need to kill one person.
Four
No.
people. He said
So
you need
please.
4. He said you need 4 people to die along
He said
with
4.
the
I said I've never even heard of one, not even single one. So when you say 4, you need to bring your proof, because that
so
statement is a false statement. If you're
Mr. Staben, this is the reason why I asked you, was this something that was a common practice with all tribes and all peoples in Africa, right? So if you know about this this kind of thing that people do, where they unalive 4 people when a king dies, can you tell us where exactly this happens in Ghana?
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Okay. So my brother said, I said every tribe in Ghana. No, I said the southern, or every tribe in the southern part of Ghana. Every tribe in the southern part of
That's
Ghana.
not what you said. That's not what you
No,
said.
no, oh yeah, you can play you can. I'm not sure whether you recorded it, but that's what I said. Did you know why I cannot say all? Because the northern part, right? The northern part, their religion is mostly Islamic, okay?
Northern part
and then
of
there
Ghana.
are stories, yeah, and there are stories of them killing people for that burial thing. I haven't heard about them. But where I come from, the southern part, okay, the Gan community, the Ashanti community, the Fanti community, all those people, the Krubos and all those people, when a chief dies, it's sort of something that they do. When a chief dies, they believe that the chief is going to the ancestral world, and they must introduce the chief. The chief is not going there like just walking.
Mr.
So I've mentioned the places that it happened. You can verify.
Mr. Staben,
Mr.
Staben, hold on a second.
Yeah.
So when you brought up that example, you were bringing up that example to try and tell us that African people were already barbaric before the Jesus religion came to Africa. And that Africans were, unaliving themselves and doing all these bad, evil things. Now, I asked you a question. I asked that, so when Jesus came, because you want us to be grateful that Jesus actually came into Africa. Now, my question to you was, did that practice stop? And what was your response?
Yes. You see, I told you yes.
Mr. Ben, no.
Wait.
No.
The first one, I remember what I said. I said no.
Remember what
it didn't stop, right?
It did
That's
not
what
stop.
I said.
That was
right?
what you said. That the
very good.
Still,
but you didn't allow me to land. That was the problem.
Ben, relax.
Jesus, please, let me go step by step. I'm a teacher, so I like going step by step.
Hold on. So you want us to be grateful that once upon a time they used to unalive themselves, right? 4 people will have to die when the king dies, right? So we should be thankful that Jesus came. But when Jesus came, nothing happened. Nothing. In fact,
so wait. Let me land on that.
Change anything.
Let me be clear on that. Before you accuse me of telling lies. Okay, so when they came and introduced Jesus, right, they were still practicing. Even at the time that the British had started colonizing the people, right, they were still practicing. So the British decided that all these human sacrifices that you are doing, you must stop. Otherwise, we will remove you from your position.
What position?
In fact, one of
you from your
their
position
leadership.
of what?
The leadership, because they were trying to colonize.
Leadership of what? I don't understand. What leadership?
Like, so a king. So, for example, let me use the Ashanti Kingdom, right? One of the charges that the British used, right, to go after the Ashanti king was that he was performing human sacrifices, and they had told him to stop, and he was still doing it, right? So they use their own powers to overcome such sacrifice, to stop that sacrifices.
Mr.
That was
Ben.
what the Europeans did.
Mr. Ben, now Mr. Ben, you've been here all evening, basically, trying to make us believe that we were barbarians and they came to save us from barbarism. Have you ever done your research? You say you're a teacher, okay? And teachers should do research. Have you ever done your research on the King of Belgium and what he did in the Congo? That's just him. Let's not talk about anybody else. The King of Belgium and what he did in the Congo. As a European who came,
Mr. Seth,
you know,
Mr. Seth.
I haven't done a research on the King.
Mr. Ben, I have not finished. You complained about people interrupting you, and you were the one doing the interruption.
Sorry.
No, when I'm done, you will know. Okay. So, and it is quite intriguing that you use the word. You know, I used a word when I talked about the black people being in Europe, and I said civilized Europe. And you used the word about the Europeans coming here, and you said colonized us. Okay, you see those two words are very strategically used, and they're specific, and they cannot be interchanged. Okay, so they didn't do the same thing we did. They didn't give us the same grace we gave them. The King Leopold of Belgium would remove the hands or the wrists of small children if the quotas that were given to their parents were not met. Then they will hang these hands on the neck. They will connect them together and hang the hands on the necks of the parents and take pictures and send it to Belgium. It was so bad that the Belgians have a tradition where they bake brown chocolate bars in the shape of hands, severed hands. And so that it became like a celebration thing. It also,
wait, hold on. Mr. Seth,
Yes.
Seth, are you serious about what you're saying, or you're just...
No jokes, no jokes. Just Google it.
Okay.
Okay. And then it got so bad also that they would remove the skins off of the scalps, the heads of black folks, and use them as masks. And they were on walls, they were in his buildings. These guys were the barbarians. So when you talk about black people and their culture and spirituality being barbaric, and then trying to make it seem like these people were not the barbarians, you need to do more research. I hope you are not. I wonder the people you are teaching, sir. I'm done. Go ahead.
Mr. Ben, you said when the European came and Ashanti Kingdom, they were doing human sacrifice. Where did you get this information from?
My brother, I said it was one of the charges. And this is verifiable. I can just give you a link right now to search about the reasons and how the British conquered the Ashanti Kingdom. Okay? It's in our Ghanaian history books. social studies books. You can read them. You can also do more research. If you want to know more about Ghana too, you know, the British was our, people don't like using it, but I'll say our colonial master. So most of the things that happen where I mean, they discuss all those things in their parliament. So you can go to British Parliamentary Hansard. You see some of these things. Okay, one of the charges was that he was performing human sacrifice. In fact, the coastal areas were first colonized. So when we say Gold Coast, the Ashanti wasn't part. The northern sector wasn't part. It was only the coastal areas that formed what we call Gold Coast. Now the Ashanti Kingdom has expanded and wanted to conquer the Fantis, the Gans, and other tribes. So what those tribes did was they gave themselves to the British to be their protector. Okay, so there was an arrangement. We call it the Bond of 1844. Have you heard that before, Richie?
Yeah.
The Bond of 1844. Okay, so you need to read about it. It was an agreement between the chiefs at that time and the British that, okay, we want you to protect us. Then the British also say all the sacrifices that your human sacrifices that you are doing, you need to stop. Okay, so to protect to protect themselves against the Ashantis, they gave themselves to the British. Now now we are left with the Ashanti Kingdom and the northern Dagoma Kingdom. Okay, those were the two kingdoms that were left. The British, right, decided to go after the Ashanti Kingdom. But at the time the British were planning to go after the Ashanti Kingdom, the Germans were trying to go after the Dagoma Kingdom. Okay, so the same time in 1896, 1895 into 1896, that was what happened. At the time the British were going after the Ashanti Kingdom, the Germans were going after the Dagoma Kingdom. Okay, so the Ashanti, the British, right? They moved into the Ashanti Kingdom. When they entered, they got to a place called Bekwai. I hope you know Bekwai, you know Adansi areas. When they got there, the Bekwai chief, or if you like sub king, and the Adansi sub king, right? They're all part of Ashanti Kingdom, right? But when they got there, they tried to resist the British, and the British overpowered them, and so they joined the British, right? The Bekwai and Adansi, they were all part of Ashanti Kingdom, but they joined the British to go into Kumasi to fight the king of Ashanti. The number of British soldiers was just 1,300, right? Then they used 1,800 houses, Fantis, and some of the guns, and then the Bekwai people, the Bekwai soldiers, the Adansi soldiers, they all joined the British. So the British, the white people, if I should say, were 1,300, but the African people were 1,800, and they all joined forces to go and fight the Ashanti Kingdom. And they went to the Ashanti Kingdom, and then they said, in fact, when they got there, when the Ashanti king realized, oh, even Bekwai, who is part of me, Adansi, who is part of me, had already joined the British, then what am I going to do? Let me mellow. So he decided to negotiate for peace, right? And then the British governor at the time asked the Ashanti king that, okay, if you want to negotiate, before this event, there was some war.
Hold on. Please give me. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand, what was the question asked? What is this about? Because guys, we seem to have completely moved away from the subject. Yes, I brought up slavery. Yeah, I did. I brought it up, but as much as possible, I want us to go back to these questions I've asked. But before that happens, please guys, tap on your screens. We're at 16K. And guys, make sure to follow me on YouTube. I'm the Afro Atheist on YouTube as well. So yes, please make sure to follow me. And yes, Raskilo, you wanted to come up to speak about this because you are Ghanaian, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
so
Can I
Raskilo,
end quickly? Just give me a second and let me end
no,
quickly.
hold on. I'll let you finish, Mr. Staben. Just give me 1 second.
Ben says anything.
Raskilo, before the colonizers came, were there tribes that used to unalive people for kings when a king dies?
Yes.
Yeah, there were tribes. And after the colonizers came, did that practice end?
After the colonizers came, no, it didn't.
It still didn't end.
Right. It took a while before it ended.
So even with
even now that I'm speaking, it's known that some tribes kind of do it secretly, very hard.
They still do it.
And that's where I was gonna go.
Right.
So they kind of hushed it.
So that means that the example that Saben gave, that Jesus came, when Jesus came, things got better in that department, then that means that is completely false.
Correct.
Jesus did not help to make anything better. In fact, it probably made it worse. Because how on earth, I mean, I don't understand how a religion that the father unalived his own child to himself, how is that going to save these Ghanaian people who are taking 4 people when a king dies? So Staben, please, over to you.
Yes, I am so happy my brother has confirmed what I was saying. And he also said it so rightly that some tribes do it secretly. You know why they do it secretly? They can't do it because of the laws of the country.
Good.
Because all the chiefs
They
are
need
under the
laws.
law. Yes. So you cannot do it. Even if you still believe in that thing, you cannot do it. So maybe a family member can own up to be used secretly. That I cannot confirm. But when you
And
check
that is the
through
same reason slavery ended as well, because of laws, not because they were good. Laws began to change, and that is why they decide not to even end slavery. Because if you look at slavery today, has morphed into prison systems. They arrest young black men and they use them for cheap labor, where they are disenfranchised. They're not allowed to vote or get proper, meaningful work and stuff. So basically, slavery didn't end; it just morphed. And it wasn't because they were good, because in the beginning you made it sound like they were the reason for the ending of slavery and not for the sake of laws. Now you are saying that, oh, laws is what made the Ashanti people or the Ghanaian people stop doing what they were doing. And you failed to also understand or state that laws was what made slavery become somewhat illegal. And mind you, as soon as slavery stopped being illegal, the lynchings followed through right after. The lynchings, where the term picnic today was something that they did at lynchings. They would send out flyers and families will come with baskets, fruit baskets, and sit and watch a lynching.
On Netflix, okay.
And they would watch a lynching. Yes.
I want to ask Mr. Staben. Mr. Staben, why are you a Christian?
Raskilo, what's up?
Mr. Staben, can you?
What up, brother Sky?
Yeah, you feel?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you tell me?
So I was born into.
Hold on.
Yeah, I had a question.
Hold on. Please. There are thousands of religions, right? Thousands of religions, thousands of gods.
Yes.
Staben, please, I want to know, why have you chosen Christianity over and above all the other religions? Why Christianity?
Okay, so what else? Let me make like a story, but it's not a short story. So I was born into Christianity. My mom my mom and my dad were Christians,
Of
and I
course,
was born into it. I was going to church right from my infancy. Okay, before later I accepted that okay, there's somebody called Jesus, whatever, and I accepted to be baptized and stuff. That's how I became a Christian. Okay, but now I have realized that it could be because the thing is a belief. When we don't know, we believe, right? So yes, I am a Christian, but I don't do things that I used to do as a Christian, like going to church every Sunday, doing all those kind of stuff, right? But if you ask why I became a Christian, yeah, that's how I became a Christian. I was born into it, and I grew up in it.
don't you think that's a problem?
Well, I don't, that's why I was telling you that Christianity, even though you may say Jesus has failed Africans and stuff,
Yes,
I don't
because
believe.
because you being born into Christianity, and
Yes.
now here you are still a Christian. This is one of the reasons why I say that Jesus has failed in Africa. Because now a religion that was brought to us, right? A religion that is false. The religion is false. Somehow we have been indoctrinated into believing this religion, and now generations later, people don't even recognize that this is foreign to them, right? I was born into Christianity too. I'm named after one of the two females in the Bible. So, well, I mean, the Bible names, the Bible, the two books of the Bible named after women. I was named after one of those two. So, but then I had to challenge. I asked, as an adult, I asked the question, why do I believe what I believe? Forget that I was born into it. Now I have to ask, okay, this was my parents. These were the people that, they raised me. They were Christians. But what am I? Am I going to stick to the same thing? Is there evidence for me to keep on calling myself a Christian? I started asking the questions. And the more I asked, no answers. No, just the more questions came. The more I asked, the more questions. There were no answers. And then realized that all along, it was all a pack of lies. We were lied to. So, Mr. Starben, have you ever stopped to ask yourself, why do you believe what you believe?
So you see, I started asking myself about religion, and one thing came across that religion, whichever form, be it a Christian, Muslim, traditional worship, Buddhism, it's a way. It's a way of controlling people. It's something that was created in order to manage people.
Wait, hold on.
So,
Did you just say that religion is a way to control people?
yeah, it's a way to manage people. That I should say, in order to control them, in order to put them under one sort of leadership. Okay.
Does that include your own religion?
Yeah, it includes Christianity, includes a traditional religion, all of them. That's what I have noticed. Okay. So, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, unless they are using it to do something bad to people.
Okay, no, Starben.
You see, the thing is, believe.
Starben, hold on. There's everything wrong. There's everything wrong with that. There is everything wrong with that. Because now, I hope you know that there are thousands of this thing called religion. I hope you know that.
Yes.
So now, if every religion decides we are going to control people based on our religion, right? So every Tom, Dick, and Harry who has a religion now, we are going to control the people based on our beliefs. Do you think that is right, Mr. Starben?
It may not be right to some extent.
Because
okay?
listen, I hope you know the difference between a belief, knowing something, and having a belief. I hope you know that.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I
That's
hope
why I
you know.
said because we don't know, we believe.
So you're telling me that people are being controlled based on a belief?
Yes. Based on a belief, it's happening. That is why two tribes were about to go into war, and the traditional priest says, before tribe A can win the war over tribe B, tribe A must finish. You don't want me to use that word, okay?
No, it's not
On
for
the
TikTok.
live.
For
On
TikTok,
the live.
because, there are some words that
Let me
you've
use
got to be
destroy.
careful.
Let me use destroy. I like destroy. So,
Okay, which is fine.
yeah. So before tribe A can win over tribe B, tribe A must destroy three of each sub chiefs, and they had to do that, and they did before they went into the war. It's based on belief, and really, when they won the war, they went to the war, they won. So they will say, "Oh, that was right. It's true. It was actually the gods who said we should do that, and it has happened. That's how we won the war. Probably if we hadn't done that, we wouldn't have won the war." You get my point? So that's a belief. Same way Christians too believe that there's somebody in the sky who is God. Okay? The same way, you see, every religion has some sort of a perception about who God is.
Okay.
Unless they are using the religion like they were doing before. You see, now we have established governments, which are somehow, even though some try to use the religious concept to rule their countries, most of the governments are swearing off those sort of traditions. Okay, so we have a separation between government now and religious leadership, right? So things
Okay.
are changing. Yeah, unless the people are using the religion to destroy others, then you say it's wrong. But if they say, okay, let's go and gather at this room,
Wait,
let's
hold on.
contribute.
Did you just say
Can
did you just say that unless the religion is being used to destroy others?
Yes.
Others. Can I
So
ask
the
him
people, Phil, hold on. The people that use
when you're finished.
Christianity as justification for slavery, was that not destroying others?
But they've realized that was a bad thing, so they've stopped. In the Bible, it says, man and man should not marry. The people who brought the religion have realized that no, we are killing our own people who are doing this thing. So let's stop it. They have gone against the Bible, right?
Right. Okay. Give me one second. Phil, I am sorry. Just give me 1 second. Let me read something quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if you have a Bible, but I will read. Though it's Leviticus chapter 25, verse 44 to 46. Now, this is God speaking to his people. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Mr. Starben, what do you have to say to this? God is telling the people that their slaves are to come from the nations around them. They may buy slaves, and that you may buy the temporary residents that are living among you. They're living among you. You can buy them. Not only when you're done buying them, they will now become your property. And then you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. Mr. Starben, what have you got to say about this in your Bible?
So I would say that happened at a time that they believed or they accepted that it was right to do so. But later, the same people who put the Bible together realized that no, this is not the right way. So let's move away from it. And so they made a law to abolish slave trade. That is why today, no matter the job you are doing, let's say if you're in America and somebody brings you to their home and say that you should be their servants, the law says at least they should give you a minimum wage. They pay you. Back in Africa, people take other people's children as their servants. They don't pay them. Today, as I'm speaking, right now, there are people staying with people in Ghana as servants. They don't pay them. They don't take them to school. They wait when you reach your puberty age,
Phil,
and they realize you could go and get
Phil-
pregnant.
Phil,
They realize you could go and get
Stop
Sorry,
them.
Starben.
You need to stop.
Sorry, Starben. I'll let you. Phil, go on, please.
Yeah, Starben, you just said that, I think you were trying to allude that that was the Old Testament. The New Testament says, slaves, obey your master, even the evil ones, the bad ones, for you bringing glory to God. It was never in the Bible condemned.
Yeah.
And isn't Starben, isn't God the same yesterday, today, and forever?
Yeah, that's the belief that God never changes.
Good.
But
so
but
was it the same God? Do you believe? Hold on. Do you believe? Hold on. Do you believe that Jesus is God? Or
no?
Okay, but you know there are people who believe that Jesus is God. Hold on. Did God send His Son to die on the cross?
Did God do what?
Did God send His Son to die to save mankind?
According to the Bible, yes.
Right. So it's the same God that gave the instruction of keeping slaves. It did not change. It never changed. And the persons who was part of in the abolition of slavery, or even though some of them were Christians, they were more humanistic. They weren't really following their Bible. They thought they were cherry picking from their Bible. The others who were owning slaves, they were basing it, and they had all rights basing it on their Bible, because their Bible taught that it was okay to own slaves. So to say that Christianity or abolish slavery is not directly true, because Christianity still supported slavery. Even the guys who put together the Bible, they still believe in having slaves. You know that St. Jerome, one of the early church fathers, he said made a very despicable statement about Ethiopians, saying that the removal of sin, to this effect, that removal of sin is like the black Ethiopians removing their color. Now they become white when they get baptized, something to that effect. A very racist statement. So Christianity now, because people cherry pick, might have some persons in Christianity, because they cherry pick, will have yes, assisted in helping to abolish slavery. But slavery was only abolished because of the pressure put on those slave masters by others. It has nothing to do with Christianity in itself, because Christianity does support slavery. Is there in the Bible, in the New Testament? And when people say, "Well, we're not on the Old Testament," we're on the New Testament. New Testament still supports slavery. So, and one other thing, do you understand that beliefs inform actions?
Yes, beliefs inform actions.
Thank you. So, having a belief and bad beliefs inform bad actions. That is why you have people who are Christians who are putting persons in power who they deem to be righteous and to be Christians in power to implement their way of thinking over any other belief. And in some of the religions, the same thing. And it is causing harm to people because their beliefs are despicable. They have despicable beliefs like marginalizing minority groups that they don't believe should exist, like LGBTQ plus. And
Phil,
right. So you have to be very careful because the
Can I
way
say
it's not
something?
that easy. Yes, Roskilo.
Can I say
yeah, no, it's set.
something?
It's set.
One
Do
minute,
you
one
do,
minute.
do you
Sorry.
Ben? Yeah, Ben failed to also mention the fact that the Church of England owned slaves, owned a plantation and owned
Yes,
slaves.
yes,
And
yes, yes.
when slavery was abolished, the church was paid about £9,000 at the time, which is some hundreds of millions or up to a couple
it
billion
wasn't
pounds.
9. No, it was £1 million at that time. They were paid.
No. I mean, it's at £9,000 at the time is worth about £1 billion
it's
worth
today.
a million.
No, because there was a thing about it the other day on the TV. They were paying
Yeah,
millions of pounds, and they only finished British taxpayer money only finished paying
Amina, Amina,
difference.
understand me.
The descendants of the slave master, the
Yes,
British taxpayer
understand me.
paid
Understand what
under-
he's saying.
Understand me,
Understand what
okay?
he's saying.
What
I know what
they
he's saying.
what
Free
they were
thoughts.
paid.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Just trying to make sure that
That's
free thoughts. Are you there? Hey, Queen Amina. Hey, free
I
thoughts.
I am here. I do
Okay.
have a little
So,
interjection, but I'll let you guys go ahead.
Whenever you need see, guys, whenever you need to interject, please do, right? Respectfully.
Indicate, yeah.
Richie, are you there? Richie, are you still
Yes,
there?
yes. I just need 2 seconds, then I drop. Just pick one guy. God is king. Maybe
Yeah,
he can come up and
may I just
God is
may
king.
I finish with Queen?
let
I quickly just finish with
All right,
with
Richie.
Queen?
Richie, no worries.
Richie.
I will bring if he does ask to be brought up, but he hasn't asked to be brought up, so I wouldn't.
just 1 second, then I drop. Okay.
Richie.
Hold on.
Richie.
Hold on. Set. Let him just quickly say what he
Yeah.
wants to say.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, Starben. If I tell you that those slavery verses in the Bible is the verse they used to buy slaves in Ghana, will you agree with me? Slave, obey
Yes,
your
I
master.
agree with you. Yes, I agree with you that yes, because those things were in the Bible, they thought it was normal to use it. But what I'm also establishing is that even before the Bible came, our people were doing certain things in similar nature to our own people, right? Okay, that's the point I'm trying to make. So all I'm trying to say, with all my
use
analogy
money.
and everything,
They were not using money to buy slaves.
oh, they use money. That's why we call slave trade. We call it slave trade because they were, I mean, okay, you could call it barter trade system or whichever way you want to put it. It was a trade. I know, I'm fully aware that some were captured based on certain situations. Some were captured into slavery. Okay,
Then you condemn them and you condemn the Bible.
Trade.
You condemn both.
So
you
that's
condemn
what
those
I want
works
to make,
and the Bible.
because those Europeans, they came with the Bible. They came with the
Yes.
Bible to enslave us.
Yes, but before the Bible, we're believing in trees. We're believing in certain
What's wrong
creation.
with that?
Like,
and what's wrong with
like
that?
no.
What's wrong
Not
with
just
that?
believing. I'm trying to say not just believing.
Belief is doubt. Listen to me. People like you, when I listen to you, just make my blood boil. Right? Because anyone take on Christian religion? How can you take on a religion that used to enslave your brothers and sisters, cut babies out of mothers, put mothers on auction block, take away, auction them off and sell their kids, send them all over the world where they would never see their children again? Where was this God when all 600 years, all the evil stuff that happened to our ancestor? And for you to come in here and shut in on this nonsense, you just make my blood boil. And this one fee, the British were paid, I'm even reading it. The British slave owner was paid 20 million to the slave's owner for the abolishing of slavery. The slave master were paid 20 million. And it was until it was 2016, the British taxpayer finished pay off the 20 million that was paid to the British slaves owner. And the British slaves owner is like Lloyd Bank, Barclays Bank, Old Bank of England, all of them that we black people bank with, right? And I am the descendants of the enslaved, and my four parents who slave and bill, we get nothing, but the slave owner get 20 million, and my taxpayer money was used to pay, black people taxpayer money were used to pay the slave master 20 million. I'm just reading it now online because they were talking about it the other day and the news, right? And for you to come here, any black person that take on this Christian religion, right? You take it on a religion that that used to murder your people. Where was this God when they were put on the auction block? My mother of 5
Queen Amina, please, let me interject. Give me 1 second. Starben.
Yes.
So before they came with Jesus, the colonizers and the missionaries, right? So Africans were doing all these barbaric things, right? Now, when Jesus came, all these other things happened. Now, let me ask you, where was God? Just the question that Queen Amina was asking. Where was God when Africans were being taken as slaves? So I'm okay. I'm accepting what you said, right? The Africans were being they were busy doing their thing. Then along come these people that come with the Jesus religion, right? Some colonized and some came with the Bible in the hand. So where was God when this was happening?
Okay, so like I told you, the concept of God, right, is something that was brought up by somebody. It's like a theory.
Yeah.
Oh, how do human beings? People were finding out how they came into being, right? And the idea of, okay, there's somebody up there who watches over everything, who does everything. That concept of God came. It didn't come to only the Europeans. Back in Africa, people were wondering, okay, if I go to the sea, I'm able to get fish. If I go to the tree, I'm able to get fruit. If I put some seed inside the soil, it grows. And then, so there's some power in the soil, in the earth, and that is a God. So they were worshiping. So the concept of God is something that you cannot. We don't know. That's what I'm saying. We don't know. So we believe. Okay, it's a concept. God is a concept.
Okay, so
okay?
where was this concept?
So when you're asking where was God?
Okay, where was this concept when people were being taken as slaves? Where the people that were holding the Bible in the one hand were using the contents of that book to justify the act of slavery. Where was the concept?
Yeah, I hope you know that Africans also had their gods that they were worshiping.
Yes.
Before the Bible came.
Yes.
The question is, where were those gods? Where were those gods?
You still haven't answered my question.
I'm building a point. So I'm telling you,
this is what
the
you
concept
call
of God is a belief.
This is what
They
you
got
call
words.
this is
They
what this
got
is
words
this is what you
plenty.
call whataboutism, right?
Yeah.
Also, but because me,
You know,
my own God was a
yes,
concept. But what about the other people? What about? What
yes.
about?
So,
What
so
about
yeah,
is it?
Enslave them.
yeah.
Their God,
But
they
it
never
was
use their
our
God to
gods
kill
that
each
stopped
other.
them many times when they tried to come and take Africa. Many times over. You make it seem like they came the first time and they took Africa. That is
No,
not
no,
the
no, no,
truth.
no.
Oh,
They
that's
didn't
They
do
true.
that.
came many
That's
times
true. They
It
before.
didn't
was a
come the
process.
first. It wasn't the first time they
It was a
tried.
process.
I think
But when
one time when they
And
came, it was
we didn't have guns. We
malaria.
didn't have guns.
It was malaria. Malaria
Yeah,
that
we didn't have guns. We didn't have
that
bombs.
sent
Our
them running.
spirituality. Yes,
look
apart from malaria now, our
before
people
the
were so
colonized,
in tune with nature.
And exactly.
be-
And they
before
didn't
the
use
British
their
was
God.
able to,
They never use their God to kill each other. Everyone in every country have issue, but they didn't use their God to put mothers and children on auction block. I'm a mother of 5, and they did not use that to put our 4 ancestors on the auction block, sold their children to send to Jamaica, one to Barbados, one to America, one to Brazil, and you will never see your child again. And that child name will be changed 10 times, because each plantation owner, when they purchase a child like a commodity, like a bag of sugar, they change the names of those persons, so that mother would never see their children again. And also the babies were cut out of some mother. So for the slave master used it to catch alligator, the babies, the beating for 600 years. So they didn't use their God to do it. So where was this God to stop all this evil?
Queen, even the breeding, Queen. Remember the breeding?
Yes,
Having
the breeding, what they did.
children breed with
Yes.
mothers.
Yes, what they did, they used to make son, because if you're tall and you're big and you look fit and you're strong, they would have one man to sleep with all these women. Even today I was looking at it on YouTube and TikTok, and tears came to my eyes. They would put the women them all in a room and put bag over their head, and one man, he would sleep with them to get them pregnant, because they said his children would come out big and strong and strapped in, and he get privilege just to do that. Can you imagine the way these people treat us like an animal and branded some of us, even the Bank of England, and you come in here with your nonsense Christianity? Where was this God? Where was this God? People like you, when I hear you say these things, and some people said, oh, because our ancestor didn't follow the teaching. Seriously, sometimes if you like were near me, it would get physical, because where is you people? I am the descendants of the enslaved, and we get nothing, but the slave master get 20 million, and my taxpayer
Queen Amina, let me just quickly read something. Yeah, this is a book that I found, and I think very, very no, it's not a book, it's an article, right? So it's okay, it says that it was a book that was published and promoted heavily by Reader's Digest, and it's called Peace Child, right? So, but just some excerpts from the book you can find online. It says it was written by missionary Don Richardson, and he was on missions in New Guinea, in which he discovered, when he first started telling Bible stories to the native people that he worked with, they laughed. They saw Judas as a hero because they thought it was great, according to his account of the culture, to be a trickster and lead people on and do the opposite of what they thought. Huh? This is a missionary. He has gone to go and teach these people about Jesus. As he's telling them about God and Jesus, and they're finding it so funny that the one who, the villain, according to Christians, these Christians, they said he is the hero, right? Okay, let me finish. So Richardson, the missionary, he was really confused. How could he get the message of the gospel across to a people who thought that Judas was the hero of the story. Then he realized that they had wars with neighboring tribes, and he found out that the way they stopped the wars was for one person from one tribe to give a baby to a person in the other tribe, and they called that the peace child. It says here, I'm basing everything I'm saying on this description, whether it is right or wrong. I will find that when I double check the anthropological literature. Okay, let me continue. Sorry. So Richardson said, aha, I have it now. Jesus is God's peace child. And so he told them that Jesus was the peace child from God and that Judas killed the peace child. So now they don't like Jesus and they began to convert to Christianity in large numbers. So now there are other, there's another part, I think is it this article? Hold on, give me 1 second. Yes, it's this same one. Okay, listen to this. So you guys heard about when he went to New Guinea. These people laughed in his face about his religion, right? And saw the villain as the hero. But then cunningly, he went and, changed the story around. And before you know it, his trick worked. And these people started to convert to Christianity. The other one was these people, they went off to a place called, as a missionary, let me read this. As a missionary, I felt that this was a new story with me and God. Okay, why do I need to read about these people? They were and are monolingual people. And one of the only groups known in the world that are completely monolingual. So I got off a little Cessna missionary plane and tried to talk to them. And they said something like, Jasho, he asho. Guys, I can't. And it means, don't speak with a crooked head. Speak to me with a straight head. And what that means is that the Piraha language, what that means in the Piraha language, a straight head, and our language, any foreign language, which is Japijo, crooked head. They don't actually call themselves the Piraha. That's a Brazilian term, right? Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, so so they're ethnocentric. A lot of people say that I'm claiming that they are this absolutely perfect group. They would not say this about themselves, and I certainly wouldn't say that about them. They had their own issues, but one of them is not God. Listen. So these people, this person is writing it, this missionary said they had their own issues, but one of them was not God. So the first thing I had to do, see, guys, look, just listen to this. These people didn't have a God. They didn't have a concept of God. So what this missionary did, he said, so the first thing I had to do was to study their language and learn the language of the Piraha people. You can't study the language of any group unless you also understand their culture and how the language comes out of their values and beliefs and the things that are most meaningful to them. I did start to do a little background reading on them because I knew that the Protestant missionaries who had preceded me had started working with them in 1959. I believed that I was smarter and God was going to help me more. And I will find this redemptive analogy. I will find this key, this little Trojan horse that God had put into their culture and let out all their spiritual beliefs. And they will find out that, in fact, they were religious. These people were not religious. But this person, guys, okay, let me continue. But I also read the account of the first Catholic missionaries who worked with them in 1784, who abandoned them after just a couple of years as the most recalcitrant people they had ever encountered in the entire Amazon. So some other bunch of people had come the Catholics in 1784, and yet they were not able to penetrate, right? And they abandoned, said they called them the most recalcitrant people they had ever encountered in the entire Amazon. When you go there, their culture doesn't seem that impressive. My first impression was that it seemed like a bunch of people on a camp out. They were just laying around most of the day, and I didn't see much ritual. No body painting, no feather decorations or anything like that. I hadn't yet been with them to the jungle, which was the big revelation about their culture to me. But superficially, they just seemed to be a commune of hippies living in the Amazon, except that they worked a lot less hard than people in other communities. They are good at fishing, right? Hold on, let me get to the point where, okay, so listen, this is where we go. It says, so I had to talk to them about God. As I learned more of the language, I remember being so excited because this young boy showed up at the village, and I asked the Piraha fellow, and he said, I can't read this. And I realized that it means his father sent his son. And I said, oh, there is a great expression for me to translate. I built up gradually the ability to translate parts of the Bible. And I read to them my translation of the part of the Gospel of John one night, and I gave them my testimony. And as you know, anybody who has got the remotest connection with the Christian church, giving a testimony is supposed to be a powerful thing. You talk about how I was blind and now I see. How I went from a very little background to this very good person that I am today. So I gave them my testimony. And I told them about my stepmother committing suicide. When I was done telling them, they all burst out laughing. And I said, why are you laughing? Well, no, what are you laughing about? I was really hurt. Why are you laughing? And they said, we don't kill ourselves. You kill yourselves? What is this? These people are asking this missionary. I realize they don't have a word for worry. They don't have any concept of depression. They don't have any schizophrenia and a lot of the mental health problems. And they treat people very well. If someone does have any sort of handicap, and the only ones I was aware of are physical, they took very good care of them. When people got old, they fed them. Let me see, this is too long. I need to get to the last part. Okay, he said there were a lot of values that I wasn't prepared for. And actually, these sound pretty much like values that a lot of religious people ascribe to or aspire to. And yet, they had them. Then I had to start working on their belief system. I was starting to get interested in anthropology and linguistics. I wanted to find out about the creation myth. Okay, give me one sec. It's quite long. I'm just trying to find the important bits. Okay, I couldn't wait to hear what the Piraha creation myth was. So I asked them, what was the world like long ago, before there was Piraha? Who made the trees and who made the water? And the guy just looked at me and said, what? I repeated, who made the trees and who made the water? And he answered, nobody made the trees and nobody made the water. They're just trees and they're just water. And I said, but you know, a long time ago, when there weren't any trees, he said, no. You saw a time when there were no trees? And I said, no. But didn't your fathers? And he said, no, we don't talk about that. No, the trees were always here. And the water was always here, unless you know that they weren't. So I thought, well, maybe this guy is just some unusual person. I'll find somebody else. And so I worked with person after person in the village, and no one could tell me about a creation myth. I finally found one guy who started telling me about the creation. He told me long ago there was a big spirit, and he is our heavenly spirit. He is the up high spirit, and he had another spirit that worked for him, sort of like his son. and he sent him off and he told him to create things and live on earth. And I said, hey, I'm in business now. I'm finding the right story. But it turned out that this guy had been the translation helper for the previous missionaries and was telling me back what I wanted to hear. Oh, goodness.
Wow.
Guys, okay, let me just, I'm going on for too long, but cut the long story short. This guy tried everything to penetrate, but couldn't penetrate. Then slowly just realized that the way to get into these people is to provide them with hospital, schools, right? And before you know it, when someone gets sick, all they have to do is pop a pill 3 days and they're well. And these people are amazed, right? Because how are you doing this? Seems like magic. And before you know it, they were able to now convert these people that had no concept of God, that laughed in the face when he told them about his Jesus and his people, and slowly. So I'm reading this to tell you that these people, when they came along with their religion, they were conniving. These people were they studied the African people. They studied not just the Africans, but wherever they went. It was deliberate. It was they worked on people's minds, on their psyches. They learned your language.
Afro, can I say something real quick?
Please go on. I've been talking too much.
No, and it was good. When I really think about it, I don't, and I heard what Star Ben was saying, right? About, oh yeah, our people had slaves, etc. And we should condemn that as well. But I don't think anyone, and this is going to be controversial, I guess, I don't know, of color should be a Christian or should follow any of that doctrine in that Bible. It has slaves in the Old Testament, New Testament. No one of color should ever follow that doctrine. It's a colonizing doctrine. It was never for us. If you think about it, the God of the Bible is racist. He had a chosen people, right? It's misogynistic, right? He's got so many things under his belt that are considered evil to anybody who's a thinking person. We should never, ever follow that. And it was pushed on me as a kid. And now I look at him like, that's a freaking slave religion. It is not for us. It never was for us. And then this is what they do. They get us to turn around and try to push on other people. It's garbage. It's garbage. It's nonsense and it's garbage. It's not for us as people of color. We should never, ever have embraced that religion.
Thank you. I just want to ask Mr. Starben. Mr. Starben, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I just want to know what you believe, right? This is you. I'm asking you, Starben, what do you believe, right? So I'm an atheist, right? I reject all ideologies when it comes to God. I reject anything to do with God. I don't hold a belief in any God, all gods, whatever that is. I completely reject. So if I die in my unbelief, what's going to happen to me?
Okay, so like I said, the concept of God is simply something that people created to me after being a Christian for a while and reading the Bible and the things that I should be able to do based on the Bible as a Christian, right? So putting all this together, the traditional religion, the Islamic, whatever I put all together, I realized that this is something that was created by human beings in order to control people. Okay, so I don't go strictly to the terms of the Bible. If there are things in it that are things that when I take, they will help me improve my life, I take them. There are some advices, some counseling in the Bible that you can use. Okay, but you cannot go in the same way. When you read the Quran, you get good things. If you read the Book of Mormon, the Lord's Book, maybe if you go into the African traditional system and you talk to the traditional priest, there are so many things that you can learn from them to improve your life. But I don't believe that I am going to, when I die, I'm going to hell, I'm going to heaven, right? I believe that any sin or any bad thing that I do, I'll get the consequence of it on this earth. That's my belief. So if I destroy a human being, I've gone against the law, and I'll be attacked. Even if the law doesn't catch me, a family member of that person will come after me. Okay, if they knew I was the one who did that, right? So that's what I'm saying. This thing is belief. We are not sure. We are not sure. Probably I'll say agnostics. Okay, we are not sure of the exact consequences of our actions today in terms of religion. That's why we call it belief. If we had known much about it, we would not say believe. We'll be using the term, I know God looks like this. I know Jesus looks like this. I know the angel looks like this. Okay, but because we don't know all those stuff, we use the term believe.
We know.
Okay, so
there's nothing confusing in it. It's all fiction, man-made. All
so,
religion are man-made.
Queen Amina, Queen Amina, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Starbird, so what you're saying is you're not sure what's going to happen to me?
Yes, because I haven't heard any evidence of the things that happen in the Bible. The Bible says when you believe in Jesus and you follow the teachings of Jesus and everything, right? You could do wonders that you could do more wonders than he has done, right? That I haven't done any. I haven't been able to change water into wine.
Do you believe in heaven and hell?
The heaven and hell is a concept that I believe is right on this earth with us. Our hell is our punishment. Okay. The punishment that we receive, we get from our wrongs.
I think you've got a very different. You've got
our heaven is our good. Our good that we do.
Your own Christianity is a very different kind of Christianity. What denomination are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I was born into Church of Pentecost, right? You know Pentecost, Pentecostal church? We have a particular church that originated from Ghana. We call it Church of Pentecost. That was called the church that I was born into. Okay, but currently I'm more of a Latter-day Saints. You know about the Book of Mormon? And all that I'm saying is not their belief, though. These are things that personally, after reading about religion and stuff, that I've concluded on. It's
you're a Mormon. You're a Mormon.
Yeah, I'm a Mormon right now.
You're a Mormon.
Yes.
Oh wow, I've never met a black Mormon before.
Yeah. In fact, that is the reason why I don't go strictly into the teachings of the church or the Bible or the Book of Mormon and stuff, because I learned that
Albert, mute, please.
Yeah, I learned that.
No, to mute yourself. Just give us a second. When he's done speaking, we'll get you on. Let me mute you. Here you go.
So okay. So I learned that when the church was created in Utah, in the US, right? They were not accepting black people.
Yes.
But due to the laws.
Don't you know the history of the Mormon church?
Yeah, I know the history.
And racism.
I know the history. Yeah, I know the history. So due to the laws against racism and stuff, they accepted black people.
So even at that time. Yeah, but why they were forced to accept black people.
Exactly.
That's right. So I began to ask myself, so Jesus, who introduced himself to Joseph Smith, right, could not see all human beings as one people, as just human beings. He tried to treat them differently, okay? So what I'm saying is, when you put all these things together, you should know that religion is a creation of man.
No, listen, no, Starbird. You should know, not us. We already know.
Yep, that's why we're not.
We already know.
Yeah,
We
but
already
you
know
see,
that religion is man-made. These are man-made concepts,
It's
right?
a scam.
You
It
shouldn't be
is.
telling us that we should know.
It's
You,
a
Mr.
scam.
Starben, should
It's a
know that.
business.
I don't know how a black man is a Mormon. I
you
don't
see, but there are advantages, though.
guys,
There are advantages of
does
it.
anybody else want to jump in here? Because let me tell you, I don't know where to
Yeah,
take
I would
it
like to know if
from
my
here.
brother,
What did you say about
Raskilo
John
is a
Smith?
Christian. Raskilo,
What
I
the
haven't
hell
heard you speaking.
What did you say about John Smith? Problem with
Joseph Smith. No, you see, Joseph Smith. He established the Church of Latter-day Saints, right? And when you read the history, it's like Jesus appeared to him, angels appeared to him. Okay, but when they established the church, they had this rule that is the black people are cursed people, and they use this quotation in the Bible from Noah's children. The one is it Ham? You know, the curse that was given to Ham's son, which is Canaan, right? Yeah, that they will be slaves and stuff. So they believe that black people are cursed because black people come from the generation of Ham.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so they believe that. So they think that when you join them, you are bringing curse to them. And that's the reason why they were not accepting.
And
Okay,
why
so
would
later they realized that no, well, they have to change, and they changed those things. That's why
So
today,
wait,
when you
hold on, please, hold on. Are you saying that when Jesus revealed to Joseph Smith, Jesus revealed to Joseph Smith that black people were cursed? Yes.
Yeah. Yes, according to the narratives. Yes.
So if Jesus revealed that to Joseph Smith, what are we talking about here? Whether they were forced to change or they were not forced to change, the original message as given to him by Jesus and God is a racist message.
That is what I'm saying.
So
that's what I'm saying. All these
how
things.
are you, Starben? How are you a Mormon? How are you adopting this? I can't.
You know, that's what I'm saying. You see, you should understand why the European churches overcame the African traditional worships. It's the nature of the two religions. You see, the European one, they establish a school. They put all the children there. You have instruments, they play, they dance, they learn, they enjoy, they have fun. Okay? Then they have also hospital. When you are sick, they take you there. Down the African traditional worship, they have a shrine. Every morning they slaughter a goat or any animal. I mean, the animals that they use.
Starben.
Hold on.
Starben,
Guys.
you doubled down with Mormonism. You already had regular Christianity, which already was like, screw slaves, we're gonna slave people and all that. And then you doubled down with Mormonism, which says your specific culture is not even of God. And you doubled down with that and you followed that? Are you kidding me, dude?
No, I don't. That's what I'm saying. No, I don't.
Mormonism
Listen, my brother.
Double down of the colonizers' whole philosophy, bro. I can't believe
my brother. What Christians do is go to church every Sunday, do contributions,
and
pray
Mormons
to God.
don't. And Mormons don't. The Mormon church
Mormons
has like
do.
$30 billion in their wallet.
Yes.
Bro. They do what?
Kidding me?
Come again?
The Mormon church has like $30 billion in their coffers. Are you kidding me? Do you even know?
Yeah, you know why?
Church?
You know why they do that? No, you know why they do that? They have that money. It's because
they're boss. They're ballers.
No, they don't.
Because it's
the money is centralized. The account is centralized. The whole world. So when you see how I started from Ghana.
Okay.
I started from Ghana. When I came here and I mentioned my name, all my information came.
Can somebody hear me?
I can't believe
yes,
Starben, hold on.
We can hear you, Raskilo.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. He hyped me up when he said he was a Mormon. Also, I couldn't even.
Yeah.
I
I've gone
can't even
through all. I've
fathom
gone
that.
through all. Let me hear
And
Rascal.
yeah,
Starben,
hold on, brother. I
Starben
can't even
caused
fathom that.
Hold on.
the thing is
Free
speaking.
thoughts. Free thoughts. The
Yes.
fact that he knows that this religion, he whatever belief system he's subscribes to, when God or Jesus revealed to the main character in his religion, actually says that him, Starben, he's cursed. But the law of the land, it was not even that Jesus even came and said, no, you got it wrong the first time, or what. Jesus didn't do any of that. It was the law of the land that forced them to change their beliefs.
It's flabbergasting.
That's right.
I can't even.
That's right.
I don't understand this. And I mean, you understand. This is what's crazy to me, Starben. You understand your ancestry better than I understand my ancestry, like literally. And I can't believe first you accept Christianity, then you go to Mormonism. You kidding me?
Yeah.
Dude? That is totally, completely amazing to me.
Okay, guys.
It's not that amazing because you know why it's not that amazing, because indoctrination is very strong.
Raskilo, please give me one
I'm
second.
sorry, Raskilo. I was blown away.
Raskilo, please give me one. Let's speak to Mr. Albert, because looks like
Yeah.
Albert is on a. Hello, Albert.
He's on something else.
He's doing his Tai Chi probably.
Hello, Albert.
On mute. You have to unmute yourself.
You're muted. Do I have to? I muted him, so maybe.
Yes, you have to unmute himself. He has to unmute himself.
Can he do it himself?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
You got to press to unmute.
Can you unmute yourself, Albert? Albert, can you press the unmute? No, not that one. Not the camera. The other one. Yes, that's it. That's
right.
It. No, you got it right the first time. The
other one that looks like the microphone symbol.
No.
The one that looks like a microphone.
The one that has a
microphone. The one that looks like a microphone, right?
No, you've gone again. You've done it. That same one you just pressed just now. Do it again.
It looks like a microphone.
Yes,
good. You got it.
Can I acting?
Yeah, we can.
Like a super for a break.
We can hear you now.
Okay. You want I give you a superhero from Philippines. You want, ma'am? For break only.
A superhero?
Yes.
From the Philippines?
Yes, sir.
Okay, put on your camera. Let's see what this superhero looks like.
Okay. $300. Pinakamataas na bilang, Jesus Christ, pumasok ka sa mga puso ng mga tao sa buong bansa. Go!
Oh wow. So what is that? What you just did? What is that?
Para para the people become a strong, healthy, and respectful, very mapakumbaba, very low key.
Okay.
And the man love herself, and the man he help others.
Okay.
Who need help.
I heard you saying Jesus Christ. Do you believe in Jesus?
Yes, because
Jesus?
I'm a Catholic church.
Oh, you go to the Catholic Church. Oh wow, okay. So you believe in Jesus and you pray through Mary and all these things, yes?
Only Jesus. I pray to Number one, Jesus Christ only.
Okay. So no Mary, you don't pray through Mary.
I love Mary because Mary, uh, the Spirit, the Spirit, Mary, birth Jesus Christ,
Mm-hmm.
and I respect it so much. And Muslim, I respect Muslim because in the Bible of Muslim, have Jesus Christ, Mama Mary, and I've been London before.
You've
The
been? Oh,
Muslim, yes, the Muslim and Christian is best friend. No war, no
where?
war.
Where? In London?
London, London, because
Really? Are
I'm
you
a,
for real?
I'm a, I'm a GPSA in the Holland American line, and I spread a message to Holland American line 2006 to many people international because I pray outside in the ship. Jesus Christ help me. I'm so pagod na, pagod. It's very tired. So I go to kainan in the ship, and one people said to me, "What is the message?" I stand to my table, and I speak my message because I see the news, the war of USA and Muslim. I said, stop the war. War is created by devil. Many people die 100%. Your God, your God, your God is become one. Then after that, I think I have a third eye because November 1, we party in the Halloween party in the ship. So I drink, I dance, and all people only see me and standing like that. Then, what happened to all these people? Then I go to my cabin. I sleep. I lay down and close my eyes. I see a ghost. Many ghosts, German, many international ghosts. Woo, Albert! I enjoy the party. Woo, Albert!
Okay.
Woo!
All right, Albert. Albert.
I see the captain.
Albert,
The last
I don't
captain.
know. I don't know whether you're being serious or whether
No.
you're joking. Tell me,
That's
are you
my
being serious or are you joking?
No, this is serious. Then I see the captain. Sabi, son, I'm so proud of you. I
Right.
think this is
Okay.
third eye. I close my eyes and lay down. Then I see the ghost. International.
Let me ask you. So,
Yes.
but you believe in Jesus. So, would you say
Yes.
are you happy? Are you happy in your belief?
Yes. So much. Because
Yes, you're
if
happy in your belief.
you don't have God like
Yeah.
Jesus Christ,
Mm-hmm.
you become worse.
You become worse. Yes.
You become worse. You speak bad words. You make a triple X. You make many children. Make love to many girls.
Many girls and many boys.
Yes, that's true. And you still, yeah. That's why my message is go to church.
Mm-hmm.
Go to church, Catholic Church or El Shaddai in the Philippines. Pray Jesus Christ and the 10 Commandments of Moses. Moses, go to Muslim or respect Muslim and Catholic Church.
Right. Okay.
Thank you so much, guys. I love you from the bottom of my heart.
I appreciate. I appreciate. Thank
I
you
love you
so
all.
much.
Peace
Thank you.
and earth. Thank you so much.
All right, Albert. Thank you so much.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, Afro.
That was trolling to not be trolling. I don't even know what.
I don't think it's trolling. It's just English is not his second language. It's not his first language.
I hear you, Phil. I hear you, Phil. But even still, I mean,
Yeah, but you gotta understand that where especially in Philippines, where poverty is even, really bad, and where he's trying to speak English The
Yeah, I think
Catholic
he was
Church
trying
has
to
a
do something
real
though. I
hold
feel like
on
he was
them,
trying to do
a
something
big
though.
hold on them. I have heard another Philippine guy making claims about visions and so on, and he is a Catholic too.
Yeah, he
They are
kept standing
very,
up, so I felt like he was trying to do something demonstrative. That's the only thing I'm saying.
yeah, he
I
was
felt like he
doing
was
some
trying
martial arts
to,
thing
yeah,
there,
he was
but
trying to do something. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, but it is, it just shows you how religion can mess up people's
Phil,
minds, and
it's
you
bad,
Phil,
know,
bro. It's
Phil,
bad.
Phil. I wouldn't go that far to say about religion. I won't go that far. I think there are other things.
yeah, there are other things, but I mean, it plays on
I think so too.
people's mental health issue.
Look at that.
Where now persons who have certain mental health issues start seeing visions because it plays on that.
You know
You
what? A
know,
lot of people don't realize,
Hmm.
and this is what I didn't realize until I experienced it with a family member. You know, the delusions of grandeur and Christ and all that type of stuff really manifests itself with people that have bipolar disorder. That's a real thing.
yes,
Like
yes,
it's a real fucking thing. Like
Mhm.
people that have bipolar disorder, they will think they're Jesus Christ, and they'll think they will, and it's not of the fault of a fault of their own. It's something that was
no,
introduced in their life, and because
yeah,
of the mental thing that's going on,
right,
they
imbalance.
will manifest that in themselves. Like it's real. Like people don't realize that.
It's
And
true.
I have a lot more understanding now. I did not have it before because I didn't know about it
Yeah,
until I had a family member where I saw it and I was like, oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Hey guys,
You know,
can I make a small criticism because I'm driving and I've been
go
listening to
ahead,
the conversation. I just
go ahead,
oh,
Dad.
yeah.
by the way, for Star Ben, please follow me because I think you're very brilliant. I didn't get a chance to tell you that on Zanji's live, and I want to be able to invite you to different lives that I go to because you have awesome input about the African
Oh.
history. But so what I find funny is like atheism. I don't have anything against it because Christianity is just like a philosophy for the way you live life and the way you conduct yourself in a society, right? And I think most Christians, there are the true hardcore believers who actually believe it to the T, and then there are those that understand that it's a community building, philosophy, right?
What you mean? Christianity is a community building philosophy. Are you sure about this?
All religions are, yes, it is. So
I
and I think that's what
I beg to differ.
Well, it is, and so
I beg to differ.
Okay, let me say why it is for a minute. So,
And I can if you want to know why I beg to differ?
Well, okay, so when you have a philosophy, right? When you have a belief system or whatever it is you believe, there are pros all the way to the right. There are pros to it, right, in the middle, and then you can go all the way to the right, where those pros start to turn into negatives, where it becomes too restrictive, and then there are cons to it, where if you go all the way to the left, those cons begin to be destructive, also, right?
Well, Dual, are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Absolutely not. So when
Well,
people,
that's what that religion's for.
okay, but hold on. So when people criticize Christianity, right, what they're really doing is criticizing colonization, because it becomes a political thing. They're not criticizing the belief system. They're criticizing what they felt it did to them because it came with
Not totally, bro. You're wrong.
What are you talking about?
Nah.
Not
What
totally,
are you
bro.
talking
You're
about?
wrong.
Well, because there were earlier in your conversation you were lamenting slavery and all that, but when Ben talked about how we had
Yeah,
that
that
in our
was just
society
one part
anyway,
of the whole conversation. It was just one part of the whole conversation.
right? I understand that, but there was so much. There wasn't a dispassion about it. It's like, okay, I can look at the institution of slavery and see that it was a bad thing.
Okay, let me, brother, you're wrong. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever gone to church? You heard the pastor preaching about slavery before?
Never.
No, I've never.
Right,
No,
never.
No, you're not answering the question. You're not answering the question. Have you ever been to church that the pastor spoke about slavery before?
Great question, Skilo.
But slavery is not a tenet of Christianity.
What
There's
are
no
you
tenet.
saying? Is slavery not in the Bible?
It's in the Bible, bro.
Slavery
You know
is in the
what? Let's talk about something else. You guys come up here and you think we don't know the Bible. I don't want to deal with this right now.
slavery is in the Bible, but slavery
But
is
it's
not a
what?
tenet of Christianity.
It is
There's
a
no
tenet.
tenet.
It is
It
a tenet.
Yes, it
Joel.
is. Yes, it is. Anywhere Christianity went,
tenet.
slavery went. Anywhere
Right.
Christianity went,
God's in
genocide
that.
followed it alongside.
The
It's a
people
tenet.
the people who advocated for the abolition of slavery did so with Christianity backing them. They did this
Cherry
thing.
picking.
Dude, your God
Lies.
made rules for it. Your God made rules for it, bro.
Free
Your
thought,
God made rules for it.
free thought. Tell him about Ephesians and in the New Testament
Slaves obey your masters in the
Paul
Lord.
told the Christians, the slaves obey your master, for this is right in the sight of God. Even those masters are quote unquote evil, and because
Testament
it's
and
the
the New
declare of
Testament.
God. And then he told masters who are Christians, treat your slaves with this, that. But they were still owning slaves as property. That's one of the despicable things too. So it does not condemn.
What is the but about?
And the abolitionists who were Christians, the abolitionists who were Christians, they cherry pick out of the Bible. They were the cherry pickers.
Okay, so
Stop calling us atheists. Stop
What about
calling us
atheism,
atheists.
bro?
okay, hold on. So
What about your Bible? What about your Bible
so-
that condones slavery?
We are not.
Let the host wants to speak. Don't hold on. The host is
We
speaking.
are not. We are not all atheists. So please don't assume that we are all atheists
Correct.
except Starben. No, the only atheists that I know here are myself and
me.
Phil. Right? Other people don't identify as atheists. Right?
I am moving more to atheist than I've ever done listening to people like Duel. Like literally.
Right.
I kind of lost my train of thought,
but Joe, please don't assume that we're all atheists. Please.
And another thing is before Duel, pause a minute, Duel. This is with relation to what you saying and what Esther is saying. Do not, because there's a problem I find with Christians. They come up here, they assume that you were never a Christian. I was a Christian for 40 years. Esther was a Christian for a long time. Free Talk was a Christian for a long time. Do not come up and assume.
Did he just say that we were not Christians? Did he say that?
No, he said his response, what he's saying is a kind of response that assuming that we were never Christians. That's what they do.
Okay, wait. You talked about the Bible having passages of slavery, so I wanted to kind of explain, my thinking of that. So you act as if ancient men, didn't realize that there were differences in all other men they met, right?
Bro.
Why didn't your God stop it?
Do this.
Why didn't your
not
God
gonna let you
stop
do
it?
this. We don't need your explanation when it comes to slavery in the Bible. We can read and write. We know what is right there. We don't need you to explain anything. Do what you got to do, but don't try to explain anything to us when it comes to slavery. We know what's up here.
Oh my God. Okay, so there was an understanding amongst men, right? Ancient men. There were some that were very sophisticated, some that weren't sophisticated, and they knew it. They knew of each other, right? So because those that were sophisticated used the labor of those that weren't sophisticated, there had to be a moral code as to what you could do with those people, right?
You think that's right, bro?
It's not about right and wrong.
You're
it's about
slavery.
No, answer the question. Answer the question. Do you think it's right or wrong?
It's not about right or wrong. I can't answer that question because
answer the question, or the conversation can't continue.
It's not a valid question. My moral beliefs or thinking.
Yes, it is. It is a valid question.
The past.
So you believe in slavery? Next.
I can't sit 1,000 years in the future and judge a system.
Do you condone slavery, sir?
I cannot sit in the future, 1,000 years in the future, and judge a system.
Who needs to sit 1,000 years in the future I don't give a damn if
Talking
it's right
about
whenever it was. Why
Right.
do you
yeah.
condone slavery for when it was?
You
Why
have
do
to
you
ask me.
condone that?
You have to ask me about an issue in 2023 that I
I
have
don't have to ask
experience
you
with and
that. I
knowledge
don't have
of.
to
No,
ask you
no,
that.
no, no,
That's
no.
bullshit.
Sorry,
No,
Why do
let's
you
not.
that's
condone
Let's
crap.
slavery
please
2,000 years
one at a
ago?
time. One at a time. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick. Why do you condone slavery 2,000 years
I
ago?
I do not condone it, and I do not condone
Well,
it.
then why
I
does your
just know that it
God
was a
do it?
system that
Why does your
existed.
God do it? Why does your God do it?
I don't think God. We all know.
He
We all realize the Bible
facilitated
was
it.
written by men, right? We all
No, your
realize the
God
Bible was written by.
facilitated it, dude.
Okay, we all
Oh,
realize the Bible was written by men, right?
oh,
And like
so
I
now
said
you
earlier,
cherry picking. So then Jesus Christ never died because it's written by men. You expect us to believe that the Holy Spirit impregnated Mary? It's written by men. Is that where we're going with this?
Yeah, I got a paper.
right? The Bible is symbolism, right? There's some people that look at the
Don't
Bible.
do
Oh,
that.
now it's
Don't do
symbolism.
that. Don't do that.
Now
Stop
it's
Hold on.
doing that.
symbolism.
Raskilo,
If it doesn't
Raskilo,
fit you,
Raskilo, hold
You know what
on,
I'm saying?
hold on,
Hold
hold on,
on.
please hold on. So the Bible is symbolism, yes? Was Jesus a symbol?
I
Convenient
don't know.
theology.
I don't know. He could have been he could have been a preacher, right? He could have been a real person that they embellished his accomplishments or whatever, right? Because the Bible, as I understand it, is a collection of books. It wasn't one book written in one time. It was just a collection of books, weaved into a religious doctrine and belief, right? And it happened over time. It wasn't overnight. You didn't get a
Dad,
Bible published one day, right?
Dad, do you believe Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, and He died on the cross of Calvary for your sins?
When the people I go to church would ask me that question, I don't answer it
If
because
you
that's
deny Christ, He will deny you on the last day. So
Correct.
if you are denying Christ in front of us, you're just doing yourself
Correct.
an injustice.
right.
Do you
Bruh.
believe Jesus Christ
Correct.
died on the cross for your sins?
Bruh, Afro. I mean, look, I got something to say before this dude came up here. Can he hold on before I'm done? Because I don't want to deal with
Sorry,
this right
Raskilo.
now.
Go ahead, Raskilo.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Raskilo,
Yeah,
I'm
so
Go
so
ahead,
sorry.
Raskilo.
'Cause I don't have time for slavery.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with this.
I actually remember I interrupted you for that other gentleman. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so I was about to say something, but let me greet all my ladies up here. Hello, Afro. Hello, Queen Amia. Hello, Leo. Everybody, all my beautiful ladies here. I'm saying what's up to y'all.
Raskilo.
Guys, enough respect. But then, Star Band said something. I've been quiet for a minute. I just want I want to address what he said.
Right.
He said a whole lot of stuff that was right, but some stuff he got it wrong. He made a statement like Christianity came to defeat our ancestors' religion and it increased that way. I want him to know that wasn't the whole issue. That wasn't even, it didn't happen that way at all. This is how it came about with all the slavery stuff. Our ancestors, especially in Ghana, when they had their own religion, they were doing their own stuff. But the tribes, these tribes were fighting among each other. So what the white man does was, he wasn't using the Bible. He just goes to one tribe and offer them guns.
Oh.
So when they offer you gun, you use the gun to capture some people and give these people to these white men as the payment for the gun.
Oh, wow.
So that is how most of these slavery things started. But then when they gave us enough gun, now they wanted to turn on us. So some of our ancestors were being wise and tried chasing these people out with guns themselves. So the Europeans, sometimes the British, some of our ancestors, we had somebody like, there was a lady called Yasantua. We had, she was a very powerful lady. She led the Ashanti Kingdom and all that. They were fighting against this British. So it wasn't Christianity that defeated our great grandmothers, or it wasn't Christianity that it's not our own. What did he say? The traditional belief didn't help anything when it comes to slavery. It was the white man manipulating our people with guns. Guns were the main thing. And when they gave you gun and you became far powerful, when they take the people, they were taking the gold as well.
Oh, wow.
So they took people, took people, took gold, and then now they wanted to take over. Now that's when they started bringing in Christianity. But it has nothing to do with our people and Christianity. No, they didn't defeat anything. It's just they gave us guns, and everybody knows that. Guns, they gave it to the Ashantis. Ashantis started conquering other tribes because they had the guns. So when they conquer other tribes, they gave the slaves to the white man, and the white man took them away. So that's how it worked. So that's this
big stick rule. It's called big stick rule, bro.
Yeah,
like, that's literally. I got guns, and so I can control you. You know.
Yeah,
now I'm gonna give you my religion. I'm gonna throw that at you.
They played us against each other. They played African against African because divide and conquer. That's what you do.
And it still goes on today. Hence this life. People still believing in that BS where it literally is controlling us and our resources. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a leap in his logic there because he talked about us being given guns, but then why did we feel the need?
Why what? Why what?
Used it there.
Bro, your internet must be
network. It's probably a bad network.
But it's network.
Why do we make excuses?
I wish I could give a second to something about the gun. Hold on, guys. When you say the use of the gun to the black man,
I think he's off. So quick something. What Rasculo just said is right? That the Europeans gave us guns. But you know, we have different Europeans, right? I mean,
who's
different
talking?
groups.
I don't know who's talking.
That's Staben talking. So the guns were given to Ashantis by the Danes. The guns were given to Ashantis. Yeah, you are right. I'm saying you are right. But what I'm saying is there is a particular group of Europeans who gave their guns to the Ashantis. And the Ashantis used the guns to fight the British. So the Danes gave the guns to the Ashantis, and the Ashantis used the guns to fight the British. Let me clear on that.
Hey, Star Ben, let me ask you a question. Do you believe, does it make sense to you to accept an outside religion like that when that's nothing that your people ever even thought of? Do you believe that that even makes any sense?
Well, I just told you that we were born into some of these things, right? But as you grow up,
can you break out of what you were born into? I'm just asking. Can you break out of what you were born into?
Yeah, I was born into Christianity.
Right. So, and then you went into Mormonism, which started in Utah.
Yeah, Mormonism is part of Christianity.
But over here where I live, you embrace Mormonism. Over here where I live, where do you live now? You live. Are you in Africa?
Yeah, I'm in Africa. I'm a Ghanaian.
Right. So you embrace Mormonism over here where I live in the United States, in Utah. Do you think that makes any sense to you? Does that make any sense to you? I'm not.
My brother, in Utah, how many? What is the percentage of people in Utah who are Mormons?
Almost every goddamn body.
Very good.
Almost every goddamn body. So what I'm trying to find out, that's not my question. How did that reach you and you embrace that a dude in the woods? Listen to me. Listen to me. You listen to me for a minute.
Let me tell you a simple reason why
I ain't finished, bro. You embraced some dude, went into the woods and picked up some gold tablets and found some stuff. And you have way more. I have more respect for your culture and where you're from and what you've learned and what you know than I have to search for my shit, right? You know it firsthand, right? You know it firsthand. And you came here and pulled some bullshit from Utah, bro. I don't understand that.
No, I became a Mormon. I became a Mormon rather in Ghana. Okay, I became a
How
Mormon
does that
right from
happen?
Ghana.
How does that happen?
Yeah, I became a Mormon right from Ghana because so I was about to tell you my simple reason.
What was
Maybe
it? What was it about Mormon beliefs that made you subscribe?
no. So simple reason. You see, I was in Church of Pentecost, right? This is my own personal opinion, though. I was in Church of Pentecost. The way they were taking the offerings and the way they were using the offerings, I wasn't happy. Then I learned about. I had friends who are Mormons, right? And we used to chat and stuff. And I said, okay, let me come and see the way you do your things in your church. And I went there. I came home with my money in my pockets. I didn't have to pay anything because for them, they do the offering monthly, right? Your tithe, even though they also pay tithe, but they do it monthly.
Red flag.
Compared to Church of Pentecost where I was, every Sunday you have to pay. You have to do the offering 2 times, okay? Plus your monthly tithes. But here, it's like only the tithes. Okay, that is one. I know some people disagree with me on this reason. So when I compare all these things, I put all together. I say, oh no, it's like this church is somehow better. Okay, so I even joined a church before I started reading more about the church. I must say,
guys,
brother,
yeah.
you are on a fake ass path, bro.
Free
You
talk.
just
Let me
something that sounded better, and you just did it. Like that's fake, dude. Go ahead,
free talk.
Phil, I'm
Let me
sorry.
give you the reason why Ghanaians join this Mormon church.
Help me out,
please
brother.
tell us.
Help me out, brother.
First of all, you know the Mormon church is in Utah, right?
Yes.
They got a big old church there, and beautiful city, and everybody loves Utah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. The other angle to it is, they do exchange programs, right? So they have. Let me learn, brother. So
Say no more, but all right.
people are not being truthful, and I'm going to tell you how it is.
Okay.
They have people that come on missions, and when they come to Ghana, and you are part of the Mormon church, 80% guarantee that you go to Utah or you go to the States to be a Mormon and also spread the word of God.
So that's why I love you, brother.
So
you tell me the truth.
Yeah, man. Look. I lived in the States for 25 years.
I appreciate that, brother.
I lived in the States for 25 years. I was born in Ghana. So you can't tell me nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, so are you saying, Rasculo, are you saying that this is just a ruse? Or
it's a grab.
It
Oh,
is.
wow.
It is.
Okay, thank you, Rasculo.
It
because I was dumbfounded, bro. So
It
you
is.
just gave me some information that I didn't have, bro.
Right. So when you active in the channel and all that, opportunity comes up, they say, hey, you gotta go. And it's a max that everybody in the Mormon church goes for, I think, a year retreat or something they call it. So you stop whatever you're doing, schooling, education, education, work, everything. You stop and serve God for a year, preaching the word of God. And you don't do it in your town. You just move to another country. So it's kind of an exchange. It's kind of an exchange program that Ghanaians go to their states, go do whatever they do, and it's a greener pastures, so they stay. And
that makes so much sense.
And this is something that goes for all African countries. I'm not talking about Ghana alone. It's all over the place. So that's how it goes.
That makes sense. Dude, you know why I appreciate that? Because I was flabbergasted. Like, I couldn't understand why Star Ben. I'm like, dude, you doubled down on slavery, and now I get it. Because that makes so much sense to me, dude. It makes so much sense to me. I'm glad you told me that.
Yeah.
I don't even have any more questions on that one. Because now I understand. I still know it's bullshit though.
Yeah.
All that fucking religion is bullshit. Anything anybody teaches you and tells you is man-made. It's just bullshit. Why believe it? If it helps you in life, sure, right? But it's bullshit. It's not real. You can't tell me it's real for me. That's all I'm saying. You can't tell
So
me it's
I
real for
know,
me.
yeah, I know Starman is up there. Can he say I'm not right
That
on
makes
that?
so much sense. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mosquito.
Starman, I got a question for you.
Mosquito is my brother for life.
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you.
Hey, Mosquito, you
Starman,
my brother for life, bro.
Hey,
Great
you my
knowledge.
twin brother right there.
Starman, you still with
I'm gonna
us?
send you a gift, bro.
I'm with you on that.
Starben, Angel wants to ask you a question.
Angel, yeah, Angel.
Yeah, Starman. I just wanted to ask you, what does it mean when the Mormons say God cursed the Lamanites with the skin of blackness?
Mhm.
Yeah, for me, it was a sad thing. It was a bad thing, bad thing that I learned. I learned from the Mormon Church.
Explain it to me. What does that mean?
So first of all, the reason that my brother Raskilo cited, it could be a reason for some people for joining the church. But I must be frank with you, I had no idea about that arrangement before I joined the church. I joined the church before I learned about those things. And those exchange programs are not for only Western world. People do this in Nigeria, in other African countries. That's where they do this.
Yeah. See, you are Starbed. You are right, but I'm saying majority of the people get the opportunity to do it in the United States, so they take their shot. You know what I'm saying? They take their shot when time comes that they say, hey, go do your service in the United States. You good. If time comes, they could say go do it in Nigeria. And how many people go to Nigeria? They're back out from the church.
Hey, Raskilo, it
Yeah,
amazes me
but
beyond belief how anyone who's from African descent and knows they're from African descent, literally from Africa, can follow the Mormon Church. That literally amazes me to no bounds. I don't get that.
But y'all realize that that same thing about the Lamanites. At one point, the Mormon Church never accepted black people or black Africans could not hold certain positions in the church. They were actually kept down. Something probably similar to the what the Southern Baptists would have done during um, slavery and just after slavery.
But
So
think about this,
it's
Phil.
only at a certain time, but I suspect they were losing congregation, and
Right.
one of their people claimed to have some vision that God changed his mind or things, so
Right.
now they can accept black
Right,
people.
Phil.
Huh?
That's what I'm saying, Phil. Like it was a
Yeah,
timing where they were like, okay, now we can let black people in. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. It
Like
happened in our
what the fuck is
lifetime.
that
I
shit?
remember when they did, I can't remember the date, which year, but I know they did it. Because when I was younger, I a part of what I used to call Cult to Cult ministries. That was one of the big things about the Mormon Church, not valuing black people. So, and then years later, they decided to change it and claim they had one of their leaders had some revelation from God that no,
That's how
God is
you
accepting.
know it's man-made. Like
Yeah,
when
that's
we
what you know.
gotta
It's
validate
man-made.
when we gotta validate certain people, right?
Yeah,
That's lets you know right there, hands down, is man-made. These people get in, these people don't get in.
so I don't understand how
Even
black
Yahweh
people
of the
are getting
Bible,
that.
even Yahweh of the Bible. Oh, I came to my chosen, my only ones. And because they received me not, I let the Gentiles get in. So now Gentiles are a consolation prize to
Yeah.
Yahweh. Like,
but
really, dude? Like, that shit doesn't make any sense, man. Why do people follow this shit?
But
It's
free thought.
BS.
Listen, brother, listen to this too. If God knows it's only 144 or whatever people going to go to heaven,
Well, that's another theology, but go ahead.
but let's assume we are accepting that it's only 144 people that is going to go to heaven. How come you created over millions of people?
Dude, not even that, bro. He's still creating people.
You understand what I mean?
He's still doing it, bro. He's still doing it.
So what are you doing? Are we like lab?
This dude is out of control, bro.
Yeah. Are we
He's trying to run up the
still-
numbers in hell. He's trying to
Are
run
we
up the
Still
numbers in hell.
creating
Are
more
we lab
people
rats?
and more people.
Are we lab rats that you know that you have the set of people already, create those 144 and leave everybody else alone?
He's
Bro,
literally
I
just
used
mass
to
producing
tell
people.
everybody. I used to tell
Um,
everybody. I used to be like, go ahead.
we haven't heard Sato. Hi, Sato. Sato, are you there? It's not answering. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
I think
Hi.
it's Angel.
Sato. I pronounce it right. Sato?
No,
Oh,
Oshatola.
Shato. Okay. Yes.
Oshatola.
Yeah. Are you a Christian or?
No, never.
Yes. Okay. So you want
I
to
once
contribute?
was. Yeah, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like not to be interjected because I'll lose my thoughts.
Okay, sis.
Hello.
Thank
you. I
Is
really
this your first
appreciate.
time? My first time speaking to you. Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
hello.
Hello. A sister of mine introduced your platform to me. She sent me a link of your programs,
Oh, nice.
of your TikTok page. So ever since I've been following you, and this is the first time I'm coming up stage. When she told me about the Afro atheist, I was like, oh, those people that did not believe in anything. No, she now explained to me. And I said, okay, I understand a bit. But right, what I want to talk about is I don't even know what to say. We blacks, we want to be every other race. We want to be everyone else but ourselves. We want to embrace every other religion. We want to embrace every other carcasses except ours. Now, most of our people think, okay, only Christianity and Islam owns and rules the world. They don't know about Judaism, Shinto, and all other 500 600 other beliefs that are in this world. And what they want to do is embrace to what they believe in, not what they know. These people that believe in other religions don't even know a thing about their forefathers. That is where it hurts. They don't want to know. They don't want to know anything about where they originate from. And what they do in everywhere they go is soil the name of their own, bring shame. And I say one thing, the only thing that I can see or say that is, affecting these people is inferiority complex.
Okay.
We can't deny the fact that when we were being given birth to, we might have met one or the other religion that our parents are, into. When I was being given birth to, I was given birth to in a Islam, family. I was brought up being a Muslim, you know, it amazed me when people grow, but their brains don't grow. You know, they grow age-wise, but they don't grow intellectually. Because when we're growing, you know, growing up with your brain, you start to question things about things around you, things that you see, things you've grown up with, things you've grown up hearing. You know, that is what we call indoctrination. You know, being an Arab, they don't need to indoctrinate their children with that Islamic religion because it is their belief, it is their own, it is their language, it is their culture, it is who they are, it is what represents them. But now with us, they need to indoctrinate us right from the day you're being given birth to because it is not your own. Because they need to indoctrinate you, feed you, you know, make you grow thinking you can meet up with the standard of those that have that religion and culture and belief. And there's no way you can be indoctrinated with other people's belief and you ever prosper or know more than those people that actually have it. But my African, or what I call Black people, would not think that way.
Okay.
And some people don't even know that there are other religions. Now, I was giving birth to, and you know, during after giving birth to a baby, after the 7 days, they will start, you know, recite Quranic, you know, passages in your hearing. Then you go to learn the Arabic language, and they even told us that aside Arabic language, there's no other language Allah would accept in Al-Jannah. If you cannot speak that language, your own language, as if the one who created you has done a mistake creating you, where he created you and how he created you. So if you cannot speak that language, then you are going to hell. You're going to burn. No, now when we start asking questions about this religion, this thing called religion, about the Christianity, about the Islam, because typically they've made us to, you know, believe that our forefathers were useless. They never did anything. They never even wear clothes. They walk typically naked. That is what they have indoctrinated us with when we were being given birth to. But I now ask, after using my brain, after developing, you know, with my brain, after growing up with my brain, I start asking, these are our Ankara, our Ashoke, Sonyo, Alari, the way our Kembe, who are the ones that, because Oyibo does not, the white people, they don't dress that way, the Chinese people don't dress that way, even the Arabs don't dress that way. Then who were the one that created these things? Who were the one that invented these things, if not
Can
our
I ask a
forefathers?
question? Can I ask a question real quick?
Sorry, I told you I was going to lose my thoughts.
Yeah, just if you can just make it a bit shorter.
So
that you're not,
yes, so let me just land in a minute. So growing up now, I do that stuff on my YouTube page. Started asking questions. I need answers to these questions. If you tell me God, or Yahweh or Allah, people think God and Yahweh is the same, but we find out that it's not the same. Now, if you tell me God and Allah is Olodumare, right? Because I call mine Olodumare. Now, and you tell me Eshu is Satan and Shaitan, what should I call Orunmila? Ogun? Oya? My brother Starben or Raskilos spoke about the white people coming to exchange guns with people. And then, you know, they fight against each other and the white people will supply some other groups divide and rule and that. But my own history told me my forefathers invented gun long time ago before the white people came to invade their land. Those are the dang guns that Ogun invented. So I researched about these things. I listened to the elders that are going to tell me history about my own forefathers. Then I know all these things were scam all along, all this while. So that's what I have to say for now. Thank you.
Oh, thank
And I
you.
can
So,
leave to the
would you,
question.
free
Can I
thoughts?
ask a
You had a
question?
question.
Yeah. Like, how do you know all this is true? Like, literally, that literally sound like BS to me. I'm not being funny. But
Free
like,
thought.
go ahead.
It's called a philosophy. So I think what you're missing is there's your inner self and there's the material world. How you express your experience you're having in the
Who's
material
speaking?
world.
Who's speaking? Sorry.
That's Angel.
Oh,
That's
oh,
Angel.
I forgot. After I forgot to say hello. I
Who's
did
that?
say hello the first time.
I think it's Angel.
No, it's me. Dual.
No, that's not
It's
me.
Dual speaking. Okay. All right. Okay. No, you said hello. It's fine, Dual. I
Let
wasn't
me say hello
sure because I couldn't pick up who exactly was speaking.
Right. So when free thought is being is criticizing religion,
Right.
I think he does so because he's forgetting that people have an inner life, and religion speaks to that inner life.
What does
Then you
that
have
even mean, dude? What does inner life mean? Like, we
inner
make
life.
shit up. Like, I'm tired of that. So
Okay,
let me ask
hold
you a
on.
question. Let me ask you a
When you
question. Let
wait,
me ask you a
wait,
question.
let
Chill
me
for a minute.
let me explain what
Chill.
inner life is. When
No,
you have
chill for a minute. Chill
when you
for a
have
minute.
Let him tell us what this
Oh my
inner
God.
life is.
Well, he doesn't even know my
Free thought.
question, but okay.
when you have
Free
thoughts
thought.
in your
Just hold
head.
on. Free thought. Just keep one sec. I want to know what this inner thought is.
That's all
When
I'm
you have,
trying to ask.
oh my God,
Right.
when you have thoughts in your head, that's your inner life. When you talk to yourself inside your head, that's your inner life.
Your intuition.
Whatever you feel you are, huh? I'm sorry.
Intuition.
Well, it can inform your intuition too, but your inner life is basically your consciousness inside of you, who you feel you are. Like I feel my name is Dab. I was born, in 1980s. I'm a
Right.
male. And blah blah blah. That's my
Right.
my
How do
inner
you
life.
define that? How do you define that?
I define it by my consciousness. I'm here. I know I'm here because
So you just made it up. So you just make it up.
How is it? How am I made up? I'm here. I
Because
exist.
listen. Let me tell you how. You say yourself, I'm my inner self, and then you just say I'm my inner self, and then you make that shit up.
Okay, well, I exist. I
You don't have anything that dictates that is what that is what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I know that there's the material world that's outside, like it's
Please,
raining
guys.
where I am right
Please,
now.
guys, make sure you're tapping on your screens, guys. Please. Well.
Go ahead.
When
You have
I
something
go
in the
outside,
outside world.
when I go outside right now, I'm gonna get rained on. That's the material world, right? But I know, but inside my head, I'm me. Whatever I'm thinking about, what I did yesterday, what I'm going to do tomorrow, blah blah blah. So, so religion informs the inner me, but religion doesn't speak for the material world, right? Because religion can't take me to the moon, right? Religion can't drive me to California. Only material science can do that.
So what good is it?
But you realize, sorry,
So
go
what
ahead.
good is it? What good is it?
It's good because if it makes me feel comfortable, right, with the experience that I'm having in the material world, then it's good.
Are you serious, bro?
But wait, hold on, free thought. Dual, do you understand that that part of the material world is what you feel inside your emotions is a result of chemical interactions that make your body feel those nice feelings or sad feelings. It's all a chemical part of electrochemical.
That's all I'm saying, Phil.
Well,
it's in
It's
his head. It's
material.
in your
It's
head.
material, but it's a function. It's a function of the material inner part of you. That's
Right,
what it is.
That's
A
it.
right,
function.
but that's still not my inner me. When I'm sick, right? When I'm sick, my body's sick, but my mind, the dab in my mind, that's never sick.
How you mean the mind never sick? That's not necessarily true.
So
That's
fact
not necessarily true.
the fact
Hey,
that I know a
dude,
me.
I got a question for you.
Mhm.
Do you look outside of yourself to find something that's outside of yourself to make yourself whole? That's a
Well,
real question, bro. I just
that's
want to know.
that,
Do you look outside
yeah,
of yourself
that's
to
physical
find
stuff. If
something that's going to make yourself whole that's outside of yourself? How do you do
yeah,
that?
so when I go hit golf balls, it makes me happy. It
I
makes
ain't
me
talking about golf balls, bro. I play golf all the time. I ain't talking about golf.
well. You said if I find something on the physical world that makes me happy in the inside, I give you an
He's
example.
talking about
No.
religion.
That's
I
not
think
what I'm
he's
asking.
talking
That's
about
not what I'm asking.
religion.
I think you're dodging. I'm asking you, do you for your life existence, do you look outside of yourself to find something within yourself to make yourself whole?
Sure, if religion does that, then that's fine because
No, I didn't ask you if religion did it. I asked you, do you do that?
Of
Do you
course
look
I do that.
outside of
Of
yourself?
course I do that. Yes, I'm a human being.
So
Of course
where do
I
you
do.
look? Where do you look? Where do you look?
I look. Firstly, I'll look for whatever my friends or people I know are doing that I see that makes them happy. Then I try to see if I do it too, if it'll make me happy. If it'll make me happy, then I'll continue to do it.
bro. And that's not what I'm asking. Where do you look outside of yourself to find something within yourself? You look to your friends? Are you
I
kidding?
look to
Are you
yes.
serious?
I look to my material world. I'll watch TV. I'll read a book. I'll research. I look to the material world, and the material world will give me inner comfort for my inner self, right? And that's what religion does to people. That's what atheism does for people, because to know that, because if you can't grasp religion, right, and it doesn't do anything for you, then you feel like there's no God, there's no religion, and that gives you inner peace, because then now you can live in the material world without having to be bothered that
Yeah, what you're
you're
saying
ever
is not true. What you're saying is not true. I'm gonna tell you why what you're saying is not true. Because atheism is a lack of belief. So I'm not looking for anything.
Right.
So that's a lack of belief, bro.
Well,
so that's
still
not true.
something, though.
But what I was asking you was what you look for to, and you say you look to your friends and everybody else. All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
If that's what you do.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah, if that's what you do, that's fine. Whatever. I mean,
right. But
I don't get it. I don't get it, but okay.
I was really trying to answer Rolos, I don't know his name, his question about the gun, about the firearm thing, because what people people that have the grievance on colonization, what they always leave out is they kind of infantest. Oh my goodness, they make us seem like infants, right? Because they leave out our responsibility. When those British gave us those firearms, who told us we had to use it on each other? What
Bro,
were
you
our
talking about slavery again?
What were our institutions, right, before they came, that allowed us to feel like it was right to use firearms to capture each other, to sell each other? Where was our moral institutions with our indigenous
I have no respect
religious
for that.
beliefs?
Dude, I can't respect you on that. I mean, you're trying to defend slavery, bro.
Well, no, I'm asking, where were our moral beliefs, right? Since Christianity was so bad for us, right? Where were our moral beliefs before Christianity?
Bro, but what you're trying to do is defend what the God of the Bible said about slavery. I can't respect that, bro.
Right. And another thing,
And that's what you're doing, dude.
Stop comparing the slavery they had in Africa to the type of slavery that was out there by the Europeans, because it was not the same.
Owning
Even the
of
Arab
any other
slave
human
trade
is
was
wrong any
not
way
the
you
same.
look
The
at it,
most
bro.
gruesome, the most brutal type of slavery that was ever propagated on humanity came forth through Christianity. The type of slavery you're talking about in Africa was brother selling brother, not brother killing his brother, raping his brother, raping his brother, selling his kids, throwing his kids to crocodiles and all that other shit.
Well, I was talking about selling ourselves, because but the gentleman with the name starts with R, he was saying that they gave us firearms to go catch each other. So, and then, but before that, the theme, I guess, was that Christianity was a net negative for us. So, in that case, what did our net positive belief system do to protect us from selling each other before Christianity?
Dude, why can't you condemn slavery? It doesn't matter what it's about. Why can't you condemn it?
Well, because it was a bilateral thing. It wasn't something that.
Wait, bro.
Mhm.
Forget bilateral.
Mhm.
Dude, why can't you condemn slavery?
My forefathers didn't
Think about
condemn
that.
it.
Think about that. Think about that, dude.
My
Why you're
forefathers.
trying to be an apologist for it, because you're doing that. Why can't you condemn slavery, bro?
But my forefathers
Slavery's
didn't
wrong.
condemn it.
Right,
And
right.
and my
Like
and my
if there wasn't laws against it, you would probably do
I
it.
don't even give a fuck about the laws. Why can't you condemn slavery, bro?
because my forefathers didn't condemn it.
Your philosophy won't condemn
Because
it.
your forefathers did not condemn it. That don't make sense.
Did you just say my philosophy or forefathers won't condemn it?
He said his
No, that
forefathers
they
did not
didn't. They
condemn it,
didn't.
so he can't condemn it. That's crap.
Right. My
Bro,
forefathers didn't
That
condemn
is
it.
that's
major
why people
crap.
don't follow Christianity, bro. That's why
But
people
even
don't
Can
follow
I ask?
Christianity.
Can I ask the gentleman, Osas? Hey, Osas.
Oh, good evening.
Okay. Good evening. I just want to ask you, Joel. Why are you a Christian?
Because I believe it builds communities, it protects families, and it gives you something other than your ego to base the way you live your life on. So if you're
Did you say it protects families?
yes. So and I was going to give.
How does Christianity do this?
So let's say you're in a family and you're having a hard time, right? Maybe the wife and the husband are having a hard time with each other. If they left it to their egos, right? I think it would be harder for them to figure out a way to bridge their issues. But if they're Christians and they're in the church, they go to their church leader, they give their church leader the problem they're having, and then they're counseled within the body of Christianity, right? And they try to find a way around the issue in their marriage. So that's a benefit for a family because it helps to keep that family together.
Yeah, Ben, okay. Do you understand when you look at statistics that the highest rates of divorce are among Christians? Do you know that? Thank you. So how does it protect families?
Well, right, but then you have to ask: Are they active church-going Christians? How many times a week do they go to church?
Oh, wow.
Do they tithe? How far in the church are they?
No, you're doing no true Scotsman fallacy.
Hold on. So you just said something about going to church. How many times they go to church? So there are thousands and thousands and thousands of this thing called church. So I'm just curious, what version of the thing called church is the version that we should subscribe to? Because listen, you all cannot be right. I have seen Christians that believe in completely opposite things. There are the Unitarians, there are the Trinitarians. Ask two Christians now, what must I do to be saved? And the two of them will tell you something completely different. So now my question to you, because you talked about church, right? So which church is the one and only hope, if there is any such thing? Which church is indeed preaching the true gospel of Christ that would take us to this heaven place?
Right. I don't believe there is a church. It's whatever fits whatever you're trying to accomplish in your own life.
Oh wow.
So there isn't. So for instance, if I wanted a family and a wife and children, and I wanted that family intact, then I'm gonna have a churchly family. We're gonna go to church as a family every weekend. I'm gonna pick a church that informs and that advocates for families, right, and encourages families. I'm going to study.
Not about the book, not about the beliefs, not about any of that thing, but just about what it does.
Community.
The community, right?
Right, because to me, I believe it's a philosophy, and I believe it's a community building philosophy. So that's what I would use it for. I'm not going to use it to inform my material world, because I believe science informs my material world better than religion does. But my inner self, I believe religion informs my inner self better than science does.
Well, so you know, this is LBGTQ plus month. So I have a question for him in that respect. Do you support LBGTQ plus, the rights of, or do
I
you see
think
it as a sin?
I have my personal beliefs. I mean, I have my personal criticisms of it, but it's not my place to tell someone else how to live their personal adult life. I wouldn't live that way, and I wouldn't encourage it to anybody I know. But if I see
So,
somebody that's there, I have no choice but to accept it in the
so
public.
suppose it's do you have children?
No, I don't have children.
So if you had a child and your child came and said that they are gay or they do not, or they are trans in the sense that they might be, let's say for example, male, but they say they feel like a woman, they're man, but this male and feel like a woman, or have the feelings of a woman that they think they're trans. Will you support them in their exploration?
Absolutely not. I would not support them
Oh,
with anything.
okay, all right. You see, all right, good. Now, what about if they say that they like the same sex, that they have feelings for the same sex? Will you support them?
No, I would not. I'd be absolutely disappointed.
No. So you just said that religion, Christianity protects families. So how, if your child comes and says that they like the opposite sex, how will you treat them in terms of, will you throw them out of the house? Will you send them to conversion therapy? How will you deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be disappointed with my parenting. I would think it's a failure of my parenting first and foremost.
Why? Why?
Because I don't feel it is I don't feel it's a fruitful way, in my personal opinion, to live one's experience here on earth.
So their experience is not valid. Their feelings are not valid. How they feel towards the same sex.
Depends. Actually, it depends on how it's formed. If this is something I noticed very early on in their life, and I knew that this was something that was just a part of them, it would change how accepting I am of it. If it's something that their friends are doing and they're experimenting with, then I'd feel totally different. But
why will you feel totally different? And how will it be that if it is something that you realize from young, will you try to stamp it out if you realize that this is how they are from young?
Yeah, the reason I would feel
Or will you allow them to explore that feeling, or to continue to have that feeling?
Well, the reason the reason I would feel that way is because I believe that maleness and femininity and masculinity is a spectrum thing. Like for me personally, I feel like I'm in the middle part of the most masculine you can be. I'm probably somewhere in the middle, right? I'm not the most uber masculine man there is, because I'm not out lifting weights and throwing weights or whatever and playing rough sport. But I'm not gonna wear pink or anything like that either.
I worn pink. I'm masculine, but I wear pink. That's just a construct, a societal construct to say pink is for feminism, and blue also is for masculine. That is a construct, a societal construct. But getting back to if the child expresses these feelings, says that I am a male and I like so and so, have these feelings for another male. Will you, and it is not that their friends influencing them, will you allow them to explore that, or will you tell them, well, oh, you can't see this person, or you can't become involved with this person, or will you allow them to explore?
Like I said, it's an upbringing. So if I noticed it early on in life, I would do everything if let's say I noticed it when he was like 6 years old or something, I do everything to introduce, very masculine type of behavior.
Now there's the problem. You see what you are now doing? You're imposing your beliefs on that child because you have this thing. You're not protecting the family. Do you understand that biologically? Hold on. Do you understand that that part of nature, that LGBTQ, that sort of homosexual, that homo feelings towards the same sex is part of nature, that it occurs in other animals. It might be the smallest part of the spectrum, but it does occur. It's part of nature.
Right.
And then when you do that, hold on, I'm not finished. And then when you do what you do, they're trying to force the child to be otherwise than what they feel and what they truly are. You are causing trauma to that child. And that is why a lot of children, they end up getting, committing, unaliving themselves. And it is not because they are LGBTQ+, but because people make them feel less than human and put pressure on them and say, no, you cannot be this way, and try to force them to be otherwise. And it produces this trauma whereby the only way they feel that they can get away from it is by unaliving themselves.
Right,
it does not protect families. Christianity does not protect families. With that sort of thinking, a lot of children have to unalive themselves because of that thinking.
Right, but see, when I was younger, I didn't like to take baths, right? I didn't like to take baths, but my mother forced me to take baths because it was...
Baths is not the same thing. You are missing the point. Baths are not the same thing. I told you it's part of nature, is a mental state. It has nothing to do with not wanting to like to take baths or not. It's not that.
Right,
it's more deeper than
thing.
that.
Right, it's a personality thing. In my personality, I didn't want to take baths, right?
It's not just a personality thing. Oh my goodness. It's not the same. You are trying to equate it with taking baths. It's not the same. It's the mental state whereby the person have these feelings, and no one should be castigated for how they feel towards another person. The feelings they have, and then to demonize it. That is sick.
Right. What I was trying to say was that your parents impose their beliefs on you regardless. So, like, my mother imposed her hygienic beliefs on me. You get what I'm trying to say?
That is not hygienic beliefs. We know, we have evidence to show that hygiene is necessary. But that other thing, what we are talking about, the LGBTQ plus feelings and so on, that is totally different. That's why I said it's a different category to talking about taking a bath. Taking a bath, hygiene, yes, that is necessary because you have bacteria that can eat your flesh. But having feelings for another person, it does not affect the person. It only affects the person when you are forcing your beliefs, your feelings, that they should not have these feelings towards someone else.
Preach, Phil. Preach, Phil.
If you were trying to encourage, building a family and so forth, then I
but
wouldn't
they
see
build
it.
good families. That doesn't stop you from building a family. It is when you want to force that sort, your own feelings, how you think that a person should have if they're quote unquote male. Male has to do with sex cells. That's the thing, but that's a different thing. Because the person have the feelings towards the same sex, that is that, and you're trying to spawn that, you make the person uncomfortable, you create trauma, mental trauma. It is nothing about protecting any family now. The way to protect the family is to validate and accept the person for their how they feel towards the same sex. It does not destroy families. Persons who have something against it and try to enforce their feelings on people or children that have these feelings, that destroys a family. it does not destroy a family if you embrace and help the person to learn and foster and to learn how to be loving. That does not destroy any family. You have persons who accept their children for who they are, the feelings that they have towards the same sex, and they are wonderful families. So what you're saying there does not add up. It does not. It is a non sequitur.
Right. It's no different than me not. It's no different than if my son came to me and or I noticed my son was a womanizer, and then I told him, hey, look, the way to have a fruitful family and have an easy life and a less stressed and drama-free life is not to be a womanizer. There's no difference in my mind.
In your mind, it is that not being a womanizer have less stress and whatever. But for some people, it is less stressful having multiple partners as long as it's consenting, and they are satisfied and happy. But because you don't feel that way, you think everybody should be conformed to your way, to what you think what the holy book says, which was produced by men. No, that is not good. The persons, there are persons who are in polyamorous relationships, who enjoy being in polyamorous relationships, who are having a wonderful time. There are couples who are same sex, have adopted children or have children of their own too, in vitro, and they are training. They have wonderful children. They have a wonderful family. It's just the church comes and think that they can co-opt, our religion thinks they can co-opt what is the meaning of family and say this is the only way it can be. Demonize other forms and then try to set up a straw man saying that, oh, it is bad, it is this and that. It is bad when it only becomes bad when society, who if it's run by Christians, try to enforce their beliefs on that type of family and cause problems and put them under pressure, and then want to blame them for what happens within that family, when it is the type of pressure that you're putting on those families. Take responsibility. Christians need to take responsibility for what they are causing, the harmful things they are causing to people that don't agree with their backward 2,000, 3,000-year-old beliefs that are hampering and hindering people from progressing.
Right, but there are plenty of Christians that live alternative lifestyles also. So it's not Christianity itself. It's just maybe the traditional beliefs of that family, or social
it's
pressures.
Not just traditional beliefs, it's the Bible. The Bible does, and that part where it says, they take it to mean where it says man should not live with man, and then in Romans where it talks about the unnatural desires and women not desiring men and doing not the natural thing. That is natural, but the Bible, because the Bible having those verses, it causes harm. And it causes harm. Yeah, you have Christians who cherry pick, who look and say, well, no, we shouldn't be harming this person because they're more humanistic. But the Bible does cause that harm because of those verses that are in there. That is supported by saying that God says this is wrong. Anybody else want to contribute?
We also forget that Christianity is the reason why we have the world we have today, right? All the pleasures we enjoy and all the comforts we have in the modern world, Christianity was the base in which all that was built on. So to criticize it, to me, seems very weird.
No, it wasn't the base. Sorry, because Christianity, I grew up in an age where Christianity condemned a lot of those things. I was a fundamentalist Christian. I grew up in a fundamentalist home, and it was stuck to the Bible and said, "Be not conformed to this world, but be renewed by the transforming of your mind." And all of that was considered part of worldly pleasures, which the Bible talks about, and it lists what are these worldly pleasures. Calling it worldly pleasures. Pleasures are natural to a human being, and has destroyed many people, give them perpetual or continual guilt. I suffered continual guilt because of that crap. I suffered. Gladly, my eyes were open, and gradually I have, for the most part, gotten rid of that nonsense. It destroys people and make them feel less than who they are, because it's a religion of slavery.
Yeah. You know what,
I don't
Dwell?
want to see it. I don't
your
want
name
to be
Dwell?
part of it anymore.
Dwell.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So I would say, even where you, like when you said alternate whatsoever you were saying there, you know, if you want to really follow Christianity, the Bible as it is, you cannot be gay and be a Christian. There's no Bible verse that supports that. What we have today are just Christians who are trying to mix new wine with old wine skin. They want to use their modern idea to just tilt some things to suit their desires for now. But if they want to go really with the Bible, there's no Bible verse that supports any of such thing. I disagree with you that Christianity, to you in your head, in your mind, you think the Bible gives you your morality, but that's wrong. If your morality comes from just a book, if your morality is not organic, then you are in a very shitty place, you know, because, for example, the Bible teaches a lot on tribalism, stereotypes. The Jews tell us that they are the chosen people of God. They are the people with the purest blood, the real people. Every other people were Gentiles, Eden, like Jesus even calling a woman a dog. You know, those are racial slur, you know, back then that the Jews used. So within such a book, you end up creating people who feel that since I'm now born again, the unbelievers are not as I am. Unbelievers are not clean people. Let's not mix with unbeliever. Be not unequally yoked with the unbelievers. These are pages in the Bible. These are things in the Bible. These ideologies are things that affect how people think, how people grow their children or raise their kids, you know, and they can lead to trauma because your nature will be in conflict with what the book is saying. And instead of you to follow your inner, or what will, or how will I put it, instead of you to follow the organic morality, you start finding, trying to verify its validity from the Bible, and the Bible is telling you otherwise, and you'll be like, okay, let me follow this. Then you are sinning against yourself. Then you are fighting yourself because you take a book more than reality. Reality is telling you that love everybody, but the Bible is telling you that love believers more. That, like Apostle Paul tells you, that do good, but most importantly, do it to your fellow believer. That's already giving you class. You can't love everybody the same way as a Christian. You can only love people within your circle, people that thinks like you. These are problems, and you can't raise family like that, because families are units in society that we end up becoming the society when every family meet. But when you raise families as only love those people who think like you, your fellow Christian, you create problem in the world, and that's been problem we'll be facing. So what you're saying is really flawed, and I hope sooner or later your morality comes out from just a book that was written 2,000 years ago. Laws from ancient history. Blessings.
I would like to actually ask the brother a question, if he doesn't mind.
Please do.
Okay, so do you believe in the virgin birth?
Literally, no, but I think it symbolizes something, but I don't believe in it literally.
I'm not sure if I understand that.
Okay, so literally that an angel came to Mary and put Jesus in her.
Yes.
You know, through the divine power of God and all that. No, I don't believe that happened. But the story itself of a virgin birth, I think it's supposed to be, it's supposed to symbolize something. So I don't remember exactly.
What do you reckon it could symbolize?
If I'm not mistaken, did she have kids before that, or no, she was. Yeah.
You
Okay.
say before?
Joseph,
No. If she was a virgin,
yeah,
no, she didn't have
yeah.
kids before.
I remember now. Okay, so Joseph had never touched her, but yet she conceived. So that was symbolizing the purity of, I guess, the belief in this child that would be, the son of the son of man or whatever in the future. So I'm pretty sure that that's what they were using it, for, because they were telling a story. Because as human beings, right, how we can conceptualize our material world is through storytelling. So if I saw like a bolt of lightning, if I'm in the ancient times and I saw a bolt of lightning strike a tree, like that is very unfamiliar to me. How am I going to explain it to the next person? Right? I have to tell a story in order for that person to visualize that something came out of the sky, some form of light, some shiny thing came from the sky, hit a tree and split it in two. Like it's for us, it's a mundane thing, right? Because we're learned and stuff. But back then, when you didn't know anything, that was a supernatural event. And in order to explain it to somebody, you have to have a story. So I think that's what the parables and the Bibles do for us, and the gentleman that talked about morality, okay, in parts of Africa where Christianity hasn't really made heavy inroads, they're still persecuting albinos and using them in witchcraft spells. So if morality
I
is
have a
something that's
response to
innate,
that. I have a
Actually,
response
Joe,
to
that's
that.
not
Like,
true.
okay, please,
Hold
please,
on.
somebody respond to that, because that is
No,
Okay.
that is just
I'm going to
asinine to
respond
even
to that.
claim that.
I'm going to respond to that. Leo, you want to say something?
I'm actually,
Yeah.
give me 1 second. Hey, Leo, spiritual safe. Hello.
Hey,
Hey,
Nice to have
spiritual.
you here.
Spiritual
Spiritual
Leo.
safe. In case you guys don't know, that's Leo. So,
Yeah.
Leo, we've exposed you.
okay. So, okay, dual, right? So, do you believe that Jesus was a real person?
I want to believe it, but I've heard some things that
You want to believe it? Are you a Christian at all? Because your responses,
well,
they don't sound like the typical Christian to me.
Right, I was an atheist, but recently I'm coming back to God because I'm starting to understand, that I'm not taking it as literal as some people who are anti, Christianity take it, and because I discovered analytical idealism, and through that I'm learning that the Bible was trying to tell us something, but it was using the language and the symbolism of the day to tell us something, and I think the mistake people make today when they're when they're anti-Christianity in the Bible is that they're taking it too literal, and they're cherry picking all the negative aspects, but forgetting all the positive aspects.
So when you say people are taking it too literal, are you trying to say that everything in the book is symbolic? Everything in the book, is it an allegory? Is it a metaphor? Is it what exactly do you mean? Because when I was growing up, right, in church, we were told that everything in the book you were to take as fact. Everything happened for real, everything. So I'm not sure this, you're not to take things literally, and I'm not sure I'm understanding this. And if you, I would like to know, so which is it, every part of the book where to take is not literal? Which I'm not even sure. Is it every part of the book is not literal? What do you think?
Right. I think God itself exists, right? God itself exists. Religion and like Star Ben said earlier, every human being kind of intuitively kind of knows that, right? And all Christianity is a philosophy that tries to describe
Sorry. Did you say every human being knows that God exists?
Every human being intuitively kind of understands that the experience we're having and in the material world we're having, that something made it happen, right?
Really?
No.
So you don't think You don't think that something made the world and the earth and all that?
I am puzzled. I am puzzled as because he said he was once an atheist.
Yes.
What convinced you? What convinced you that God exists? What convinced you that God exists? What evidence?
After
The best evidence.
After a personal family loss, that's kind of where my journey started back into Christianity.
So you're saying then experience that you had in family loss. Do you realize that some people who lose family become atheists?
Right, I realized that.
Yes.
Right. So it's not so really and truly. Well, anyway, I didn't get any family loss thing, but
yes.
But do you understand that anecdotes do not get you to a God? Anecdotal evidence, because there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect still.
Right. See, I understand that God. I can't prove to you that there's a God, and I can't disprove that there's a God to you either.
So what's the best position then? What's the best position? If you can't prove that there's a God and you can't disprove there is not a God, what is the best position to hold? Is it to accept that there is a God?
Right. The best thing I can do is to take the philosophies, explore the philosophies of other men that have come before me, the thinking of the other men that have come before me, men and women that have come before me, and make a decision based on what I've read.
So you're a presuppositionalist?
If I'm honest, I don't know what that means, but
No, I don't think he is, Angel. I don't think so. But does he understand? Do you understand that because some people say something before does not make it true, and it will be highly questionable, especially if it's coming from a time where persons have a lot of superstitions?
Right, but let me clear it up. My belief that there's a God is not dependent on what I've read by other people. I just naturally, intuitively know that there's a God.
You know, you don't know. You presume there is knowledge. You have to still demonstrate that it actually is so.
I've tried to. I've went through agonizing pain to try to prove to myself that there isn't a God. And at the end of the day, I always come back to there is. What that is, I don't know, right?
Okay, but do you understand the burden of proof is always on the person who is claiming especially claiming there is a God, because you cannot always disprove the problem. You can't either prove or nor disprove. So just because you cannot disprove it does not give you a default position that there is. The best position is to say, for both, the honest position as far as I'm concerned is that we don't know. You don't know. And for me, I am seeing more evidence that might indicate that a God does not exist. The type of God in the Bible does not exist.
Right.
And I know that God does not exist because there's a lot of contradictions, gnawing contradictions. Yeah, with that God. And that God clearly cannot exist. But generally, I will not say necessarily that a God overall does not exist, but until I have evidence, I have to be full. I have to say, well, I cannot say that a God exists. The problem is that persons who claim a God exists has not provided enough evidence. And faith, I can believe good things on faith, bad things on faith. Faith is not a good methodology to determine whether or not something is true. For me, my thing is what is true. I value what is true. And I'm not going to make certain statements that I cannot demonstrate, that I cannot have evidence for to say that they are true and that I know. It is, you don't really know. You feel you know, but you don't really know, because that's it.
Right. There's nothing in the material world that you can use to prove that there is a God. There isn't anything in the material world you will ever use to prove that there is a God.
The only world we have is the material world. The only world we have right now that we know of is the material world.
Doyle?
I know. I think we do have another world, and I think we all know that world. Now,
It's not I
No, we
think.
don't.
You
No,
can't
No, we
you can't
don't.
say you
No, we
think
don't.
it.
no,
Doyle.
we don't.
Doyle.
right?
It's
I
about the
think.
gap fallacy.
Go ahead.
Doyle.
The gap
Go
fallacy.
ahead.
Doyle, you cannot say you think. You cannot use such term. When you speak of material and non-material world, you're already becoming dualistic. You don't approach life in that manner, like there's spiritual and there's physical. All that we know is what we know now. Nobody knows anything beyond this. And even most of the things you call spiritual, at the end of the day, when we analyze them, they are mainly chemical reactions in your body. You know, I can give you some kind of psychedelic right now, and you start laughing. I can alter somewhere in your brain right now, and you lose all your memory. Let me ask you a question. You're a Christian, for example, and you believe in all the Jesus and all of that. Then I wipe off your memory. Will you still be a Christian?
If I found it again and I started reading about it, then
No, I didn't
I
say
might.
if you find it again. Will you still be a Christian if I wipe off your memory?
Well, if my Christianity is based on my memory and you wipe off my memory, no, I wouldn't still be a Christian.
Then your Christianity is based on your memory because something you learned. That means you're saying little babies are Christians.
Well, no, because you told me that it's based on my memory. So if you're telling me it's based on
No, I'm
something,
I'm proving it to you that it's based on your memory. Actually, that's why I asked you: are children Christians? Are babies Christians when they are born?
No.
Okay, I've already said before that I feel like every human being intuitively knows that there's a God.
I'm speaking of Christianity now. I'm speaking of your Christianity. You say you are a Christian.
Right. I never said that Okay, I think we're confusing. Okay.
Yeah.
Christianity is not informing that there's a God. Christianity is interpreting that natural feeling that there is a God. So Christianity is just a philosophy. Okay, so when I say the material world, right? The material world and the spiritual world at the end of the day are the same thing because they're all within God itself, right? So,
Bro, you are a Christian, right?
Right, but
I just wanted to eat this.
Wait a minute. My
Okay.
Christianity can't take me to the moon, right? So in the material world, right, in the world that we all share, that's the world we all share is the material world. Let me put it that way. I'm not saying that the material world is actually a physical thing. I'm saying that it's a place that we all share. We all know. We can all say collectively that the material world is here, right? We can all say collectively that the moon is here, right?
Can I ask you a couple
There's no one that denies that the moon is here, right?
Drew,
Yes,
can I ask you a couple
Leo, go on.
questions?
Leo, go on. Let me
spiritual.
wait.
Let spiritual. Go ahead. Go ahead, spiritual.
Yeah.
Drew,
I'm sorry.
oh no, first finish, then I'll ask you a question. I'll wait.
No, I finished. I thought someone was just asking me to explain it again. I finished.
All right. I just wanted to say, I wanted to ask two questions. Obviously, you can answer if you want to. If you don't want to, it's okay. But you mentioned that you grew closer to Christianity recently in the last year or so because of a death in the family. I wanted to ask, how long ago is this? And if you don't mind explaining, what exactly was the turning point for you that Christianity or God is real, or that death made you believe that God is real?
All right. I'm still a little emotional about it.
All right, you don't have to answer. I just want to understand better where you're coming from. That's why I was just asking. But if you're not ready, it's okay. That obviously that's all right.
Sorry, give me 5 minutes to collect myself. So I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
I'm so sorry to. Please take all the time you need. I'm so sorry.
Can I say something?
Yes. Who said that?
Oh, Staben.
Oh, Staben, you're still here.
Yes, I am. I'm around.
Okay.
So you see, religion. The concept of God. When you ask somebody to prove the existence of God, we all know because it's a belief, it's hard to prove it. Same way, those who claim that there is no God cannot prove that there is no God, because you must know something about God for you to say there's no God. Yeah, you need to know something about God.
No.
Okay, so I
argument,
mentioned
bro.
so for example, I mentioned that there is God. Then you ask me, how does God look like? What does he do? Then I say, oh, okay, he created the world. He created the human beings. He created everything.
Phil, can I take
Right?
this,
So
Phil?
that's what I have told you about God. Right?
Phil, can I
So
take this,
before you
Phil?
can tell me,
So,
yeah.
so hold on,
Before you can tell me,
hold on, everyone. Sister Honey Crown, thanks for asking. I hope, Joel, I hope you're okay.
Yeah.
I know you said to give you a few minutes, but I just hope that you're okay.
Right.
And my brother, if God is hard to prove, if you cannot provide evidence for God, then that is not the time to then go on believing in something you cannot prove.
okay, so
You
you know
have
why?
listen. A rational mind will wait until there is evidence for said God before they start believing in it. An indoctrinated mind is one that believes without evidence. No evidence at all. There's no way to prove it. But yet you believe. This is the thing, guys. If there is no way to provide evidence for this God, how on earth have we got books written by inspiration from something you can't prove?
Yeah.
So
hold on. How on earth are we paying money to something that we can't prove? In tithe, offering, and all the other monies that we pay to this God that we cannot prove. We can't prove this God, but somehow he is so he somehow inserts himself in every facet of our lives. He dictates everything, who we're friends with, who we make love to, who makes love to us, how we handle our money, right? How we pray, all these things. But somehow this person, there's no evidence for this person. Guys, is it not mind-blowing?
Mind-blowing.
It is personal experiences and personal feelings and personal beliefs.
Then if it is
things.
personal, Starben.
Yeah.
If it's personal, why preach about it? If it's personal, why you're on the life? If it's personal, why evangelize?
It's just
If
like
it's
we are
personal,
alive,
why
we
go
are
to
alive
church?
here. Yeah, it's just like we are alive here, telling people there is no God.
Starben, do you understand?
Do you know it's
Oh, I
preaching?
thought you was
That's
finished.
preaching,
I
right?
thought you was
That's
finished.
pure preaching.
Yeah, I
Preaching
respond. I would love to
non-existence of
respond
God.
to it. I would love to respond, but Phil, can I?
Yeah, but
respond?
I wanted to say something, so I wish I could.
Okay, go on,
Wait,
Starben.
before he goes on, before he goes on,
Starben.
before he goes on, Starben, were you listening when I explained that personal experiences, even for yourself, personal experiences cannot prove that there's a God even for yourself? Because what you're doing, you're interpreting the experience. I'm not saying you did not have an experience, but you're interpreting the experience to be God. You are doing what's called God of the gaps fallacy. I can't explain it, therefore God.
Yeah.
That's a fallacy, a logical fallacy.
Yeah,
That's a
you're
logical. I could say it's the flying. I could say it's the flying space monkeys. I could say it's Spartan space
monkeys.
Yeah, or I could say it's the fluffy
unicorn.
pink unicorn.
No, it's not.
All are
it's not the fluffy pink. No.
right. So you could say Spartan space, Spartan theories. You don't. You can't. You. It is an interpretation of your experience, and it's not making it clear.
I think
Yes,
Blue is trying to speak.
Oh, Blue.
Oh, sorry.
Blue,
Do you
Blue
believe in
Engineer,
body? Do
hold
you,
on,
do you believe
hold
you
on.
have a soul?
Please
Do you
hold on.
believe you have a
Please
soul?
hold
Hold
on.
on, the
Hold on.
host had
Please hold
allowed
on.
me to speak,
Please
so
hold on.
that's
Hold
why.
on. Hold on. Blue Engineer, please be careful not to blaspheme in the chat. Blue Engineer, please be very careful. I will not tolerate any blasphemy in this chat. Talking about all hail the pink fluffy. Please don't. Blue Engineer, don't do it. Don't do it. All right. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, do
Yeah,
it one.
so I was saying, I was asking whether you believe in body and soul. Do you believe you have a soul?
Sorry to disturb, Star Ben. I'm really sorry to interject, but I think Joe, remember you
Wanted
said
to
you
say
wanted.
something, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so before Joe says anything, Star Ben, when you say soul, please, what do you mean by soul? You're just asking whether we believe in a soul. What do you mean when you say soul?
Okay, so you see, when you are reasoning, like you are, what came into your mind, right? What informed your questioning, right? Is believed to be a guide from the soul to the body to acts. Okay, you see, you have your body, you have your brain, everything, right? Okay, so there's a belief that there's something in you that guides the way you think, the way you reason, the way you ask questions, the way you react, and that is your soul. So it is believed that when you die,
where's my soul located? If you don't mind, where's the soul? Where's my soul located?
Yeah, so it's something that is within you.
Where? What part?
You can't see it with your physical eye.
What part of me?
You can't see it with your physical eye, but
So,
you have a
okay,
feeling of it.
I can't see it with my physical eyes, but I've got the soul that guides everything I do.
Yes. So like you've been thinking, this thing is right.
When I die, what happens to the soul? What happens to the soul when I die?
Very good. So this is the point. That's why it's the belief. So when you die, the soul separates from the body. That's a belief. And the soul lives on, goes to God or Jesus or Allah or whoever will make the judgment. And the soul will be judged according to the way you live your life on the earth. Now, this is the belief. So somebody will
What
ask me,
about
why should I
religions
accept
that
it?
don't have soul?
No, please, let me wait. Let me finish. So the reason why I will accept to do the Christian way is I don't know where my soul will go when I die. I don't really know whether my soul and my body and everything will die. I'm not too sure. So let me just give myself some chances, to say, okay, well, after all, if I go to church, it doesn't mean I'm doing anything bad against anybody. I'm not destroying the life of somebody. I'm not stealing from somebody. I'm not doing anything that the law says I shouldn't do. The same way when I go to the church, I wouldn't do those things. So let me just give that feeling that okay, let me accept Christ. Let me do that. Let me pray to God. So that when I die, just in case there is a God, just in case.
Just in case. I love it. I love it when you say, just in case there is a God. I love it. You know why? There are thousands of this thing called God, right? So when you say, just in case there is a God, the ratio is 1 out of how many?
Thousands.
It's 50-50. 50-50.
It cannot, it's not 50-50. Absolutely not. It is not 50-50.
It's not 50-50. It's impossible.
So when you say just in case there is a God, how do you know you've got the right one out of all the thousands? How did you work out that the one that you are placing all your bets on?
Yes.
How do you know that that one is the real one? If indeed there is a thing called God, how do you know you've got the right one?
Well, it's the way the one I've chosen does its things. Okay.
The way it
So
does the things. Do you know how the other thousands do their
They're
thing?
all interpretations of the same God. That's the thing. So where I will agree with you at is that Christianity, I want to use the word bastardized, but I don't know
Hold
if
on,
it's a
hold on, hold on. Did you say all the other thousands of gods are all interpretations of the one true God?
They are not.
they're all trying to interpret the same thing, right? So our nature, our
They are
reality, right?
trying. Okay.
Okay, like spiritual asked me, right? So 4 years ago, right, I experienced that event, and the pain even today, 4 years later,
Angel,
like
Angel, are these pictures?
it'll still it'll still trigger me because I've never felt that enormous amount, that unexplainable amount of pain before.
Mm.
And so I had to ask myself, if this is an event that's happened to 100 billion people, why is it so, why is it so bad? And what is something trying to tell me, by this suffering that I'm going through? Then it led me to start exploring. And then I discovered analytical idealism. And from there, it started, then from there, it opened up my eyes to what Christianity was trying to tell me in the first place. So where Christianity goes wrong is that it says that, or where other religions go wrong is that they say that they're the one true religion. Only through them you can get to, God. But
That's
God
what Christianity
That's
says.
what
too.
Christianity says.
Yes, exactly. But the problem is, God is everything to begin with. So there is no one path to God.
Okay. God is everything, including
Yes.
my SHIT,
Everything, your experience, the experience you're having.
including my
Ost, can I say something to Dwell? Dwell, I would say that you are not a Christian, actually.
yeah.
You do not fit into biblical Christianity. You are a Christianity of your own making. And I know the branch, I know this modern branch is quite beautiful. You are all
Someone said,
loving people. God
Osas,
is every.
Osas,
No,
Osas,
I'm not a new ager.
Wait, the thing is
Osas,
speaking. Hold on a minute, please.
look in the chat. Buddy says that's pantheism.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
pantheism.
pantheism.
Can I
No,
add?
it's not.
They are modern Christians.
Hey, raise the biz.
Also, can I say something?
Okay, I wanted to finish this spirit.
Okay.
Let him
All
finish.
right.
I just wanted to tell him.
They are modern Christians who are pantheists. Like when you read the works of C.S. Lewis, for example, towards the end of the life of C.S. Lewis, you realize that he was actually off the corridors of Christianity entirely. But someone like Dwell, he doesn't really fit into it. One, he doesn't really believe that Jesus existed, and it just taking everything allegorically.
Yeah,
That alone
the book
is
as well.
not
Even the book
Christianity.
as well.
But because of the love of the name Christianity, is the Christianity is your tradition, is the language you are most familiar with in trying to explain God. You claim Christianity, but you don't fit into what Christianity is ideally. That's what I would tell you for a fact.
Right. And remember, I said earlier that I was a Christian because of the community that it encourages, not because I believe in its literal tenets, right? But I believe those literal tenets are trying to tell us something.
Okay. Can I beg to differ. Thank you so much. I beg to differ when you talk about community that it creates, whatever that thing is. When you say community, this is the thing. When people talk about the benefits of religion, and usually the go-to is community. I wonder, have you been to some of these communities, right? Because what happens over time when communities form as a result of belief systems, what happens is, they then become an in-group, right?
They love themselves.
In-group, And then there is the out group, right?
Yeah.
And then the people on the in group are told that, yes, you are the one and only true children of God. Anyone who is outside this in group, then they are not, right? And then over time, they're told that you can only marry within the in group. You can only be friends with the people who are in the in group. You can, you've got to separate yourself. And before you know it, usually you find that in this group, there is a leader. And they're told that this leader is the one that you must put all your focus on, right? And before you know it, they start to control your access to information, start to control your finances, they start to control, and before you know it, this community, you're in a cult, right? Typical example, Jim Jones. Jim Jones had a beautiful community. I mean,
they love themselves so much.
Black people were like, wow, the place where they were being treated unfairly because of their race. Here, Jim Jones was saying, come. I don't care what you look like. Just come. He was offering to, they were going to have their own compound where they're going to have a self-sufficient compound. They will feed themselves. They will grow their own food. He promised heaven and earth, right? And by the time they all packed their bags and got to the place, things were not as he had promised. And before you know it, over 900 and something people were completely taken out. So, community, I'm sorry, any community that is formed on beliefs, and listen, this Christianity teaches that you are of this world, but you are not a part of this world. Christianity teaches that you should separate yourself from the world, right? Christianity teaches that, look, you are not to sit among the,
be not unequally yoked with unbelievers.
So before you even join the community, you're already supposed to, separate yourself from everyone else.
Consecration.
It's problematic, right? Problematic. This thing called community.
Host, I want to respond to the second thing. What you did with the community, how you responded, top notch. I raised my cap for you, Mama. Twale. That's really beautiful. Like,
thank you.
You blew up my mind, just really.
Oh,
There's
you.
nothing I can say on that area. But for the when he's speaking of allegory, which it's common with modern Christians these days, they will always say, I don't take the Bible literal, I just take it allegory. And most allegorical explanations are mainly subjective. They are not what it is. And to do theology properly, as a theologian, if you really want to study any ancient text, things you need to know is the culture of that day and time, the history around the text, okay, and the language of the people. Then the most important thing you should focus on are the audience. Who were the audience this later or this text is being written to? So you cannot just jump into a text and just put it, apply it to yourself immediately. You can do that with stories, blah, blah, blah. But these texts were really written to literal people at that day and time who were going through mess, like Book of Revelation, the letters Paul wrote to people at Ephesus. These were real people. He wasn't writing a letter to you. Paul was not writing to Doel. Paul never wrote any letter to Doel. Book of Matthew was not written to anybody living today. And you have to accept that. So anything you are doing of those nitpicking of allegory or joining people who support your allegory, those are just subjective interpretations. So for lastly, the story of Moses, for example, is a very courageous story. It inspired many of our African Americans during slavery, and they were like, the white men were the Egyptians. The Lord told me to let my people go, save them. Those are inspirational stories. But that doesn't take the fact that these stories were written for another purpose. You know, you can pick it, but you should also respect the original meaning of the story. The Bible is not a special book, it's just letters of people writing to people ancient times. Okay, respect the first audience, respect the audience of this text.
So also I think you were criticizing well, not criticizing, but you were trying to insinuate that I was a new age. The philosopher that I adhere to, you know, that he's the top guy in analytical idealism. His name is Bernardo Kastrup. You can, I don't know if you've heard of him, but you can look him up on YouTube. And
I
then
know
you'll
him, I know him.
Okay, yeah. So that's where it comes from. But when I say God, I literally mean everything, and that's your thoughts. That's everything, like everything. So
That's pantheism, anyways.
well, no, it's not. It's not. I'm not saying everything is God. I'm saying
No, you said that. You
no,
said
no.
everything. You said
Hold
that
on.
earlier on.
It's nuance. It's nuance.
No, you said
I'm not-
you listen. I heard you say everything is God, and I asked you, including my SHIT.
Yes,
And she
exactly. And I
asked
said
you,
yes.
you said that.
Okay, I'm not saying that piece of SHIT is God. I'm saying that the reason you even think that you have SHIT is God. The reason you even think you're thinking is God. So the only thing that exists, right, is God. And all we are thoughts of God, essentially.
We
And
are
there's no
thoughts.
Bible
Okay.
verse that backs that.
It's
I
a-
think Leo
Wait,
wanted to
we are
say
we are
something.
we are
This
thoughts.
has
Wait,
this
hold
has
on,
nothing to do with the
hold on,
Bible.
hold
What I
on,
was saying,
hold
the
on. Please
Christianity.
hold on,
Mhm.
hold on.
Okay.
We are thoughts of God. So God has a mind.
Yeah, God is mind. Yes.
God is mind.
Host, is it okay if I share a story
Please,
which will make
spiritual
sense?
safe. All right, please go on. Okay.
No, it's if I can wait afterwards, but the thing is, I want to kind
Please
of
go on. Because at this point, I'm just like, okay.
Okay. I'm sharing this because I feel like when it comes to death, it's very difficult because you can't tell what someone's going to react with. Of course, we're trying to find not just closure, but kind of understanding of why things have happened. I mean, I experienced the realest or the most closest to home death of a family member 3-4 years ago, and it hit me a lot as well. I was struggling with like morality as well and trying to, I think like in sociology they call it morality silence, where you're very much aware of the fact that you are not immortal, and that you're trying to find meaning to why something's happened. You talked earlier about how millions of people experience this kind of pain and you don't understand. That's why human beings like make up a lot of different things to protect ourselves, like rituals for when someone passes away, and rightfully so when you said community. But I think what Afro said was important because it depends on what community you have. But when it comes to death, because like religion is such a stable institution, there are ways in which things happen when someone passes away that is, if you look at the psychology, it helps people feel sane. Because the way that you're speaking, I think you might not agree with what everyone's saying, that you are a lukewarm Christian, but I think a lot of people are empathizing with the fact that you are trying to make sense of something, because you don't agree, you think that things are metaphorical, and which is understandable. But I think what you also have to realize is that you can't call yourself a Christian, or you can, but if you're saying that, I'm just going to ask this question, I'm not going to assume, but do you think that the reason why you think there are many multiple ways of reaching the same God, or that the end is the same, is so that there's less options of you failing to not meet this person or this loved one once we pass away, or the fact that you're trying to make sense of why something would happen so sudden if it was, but all it is that you're feeling human experiences and you're trying to find meaning to them. Because you for example, you said that, we have a soul, or that we are thinking it through God, so that meaning that it takes away that kind of weight on you, that you have to figure it out as a person, and therefore like how you'd want your parents to take care of you, that this God is taking away that pain or taking away that responsibility that you have to, that burden, to understand why it's happening to you?
Yeah. Okay. So I'll never meet my mother again, right? I'll never meet her again. I will meet her in heaven. I just will never meet her again. And in fact, what she was and what I am are all reality. Like it's all God. It's just an experience, right? It's just this endless mind going through many permutations, I think the word is. So this infinite mind is just going through many realizations. 1 minute it thinks up it's Dab. The next minute it thinks up it's Dab's mother and it had Dab. The next minute it thinks up there's this religion called Islam. The next minute it thinks up there's this religion called Christianity. The next minute it thinks up there's this country called United States. The next minute it thinks up there's this earth. It's just all experience, right? So whether you're an atheist, you have to be atheist about something, right? There's something you're atheist about. What is that something? So it's just so what I feel like people attack or people discredit Christianity in two ways. One, they do it politically because it's tied to colonialism, and then two, they do it because it's not literal. Like God won't save your child if your child is dying of cancer, because that's not what God is. He's not a man that comes in and gives you gifts and does things for you. It's just the realization that all this is just experience. That's
But
why I
if
said
you
that.
say that we are not our own thoughts and that God is our thoughts, meaning that this supreme or divine or whatever creator is, first of all, in charge of everything, then of course, at least for me, I would expect this God to be able to know what's happening to said child or said people and to intervene. Because if not, then it kind of questions, how can I get my moralities, as you mentioned earlier?
Because it's happening to
Let
itself.
me finish
Okay.
my sentence, because I think it's I think it opens way to you kind of like making it making an issue less than it is, because you're saying, oh it's political. But let's get it straight. You think that in African nations that people are just being like, the way that you talked about, it kind of sounded as if you're saying that Africans are barbaric, that their rituals in which people who are albino are unalived, which is true that there are countries, but it's, I mean, for me, for example, Malawi, it's one of the countries and it's a very Christian country. So I think that you're trying to remove any blame from Christianity as much as possible and kind of ignoring the facts just to suit your way, but not, I think, in a malicious way, but I think it's pure ignorance, because you can't say it's political when the facts are there. It's what's written in history. We're not making up things to try and say, oh, don't believe in your belief, but it's saying that if you use this doctrine as your standards of morals, I'm kind of worried for you, because like you've literally chosen to remove it from any blame at all at any cost possible. So is that really what you call morality?
And considering that the majority of Christians actually believe that the God that they worship actually has a guide for their morality. He dictates their morality. He's the one they take. I've had Christians tell me that morality is objective and not subjective. I've had Christians tell me that as an atheist, that I've got to know that I borrow from the Christian worldview, right? Because I don't know why they said that, but that somehow some of my my ideas come from the Christian
Christianity, you
worldview.
won't be moral.
Well, that's true. I think it's true that without Christianity, you wouldn't be moral. And if you're not moral,
say that again. Say that again.
I think it's true that without Christianity, you're not going to be moral. And I think the evidence
I will
is
not be moral without Christianity.
Christianity teaches us morality. That's where morality comes from.
That's all he has been
Wow.
saying.
Did you just say Christianity? Wait, did you just say that morality comes from Christianity?
Yes.
You know, when he started talking, he made a statement that actually inferred this.
You know
And I
what?
noticed. So when I saw Leo wanted to talk about the morality, I said, okay. So now he has actually, Foul Yangs don't open. He has actually opened up what has really been in his heart. So simultaneously, he's using theologies and ideologies that puts him in a box where he's closer to what they call modern mystical Christianity, where God is everything and all of that. But somewhere inside what he's saying is also defending Christianity. But when you ask his theology, it's not really like I'm not like every other Christian, or I'm just a new type of Christian. But simultaneously is defending Christianity. That's really crazy. Now, you saying that without Christianity, there's no morality. What do you mean by that? Are you saying when there was no Christianity, people weren't moral? Are you saying every principle within Christianity is what is true, is what must be moral? Because Christianity tells you that you should not love everybody the same way. There's no unconditional loving. By the way, God do not love anybody in Christianity. The only person God loves is Jesus. And the only way God can love you is when you have Jesus inside you. So God do not love you. It's the Jesus in you that God loves. So Christianity doesn't even teach a universal love. So how is that moral? How is that moral for God to send people to flames? How is that moral? Okay, so I want you to explain what do you mean by without Christianity?
Thank you Osas, thank you for pointing that out, because now you've got to think the attributes of the God of Christianity, where they get their morals from. Just go and read the book and go and look at the God who they get their morals from.
That's what I was trying to ask him, like when he said about the morals thing. I was like, is this what you're talking about, morality, like the basis of what you want human beings to be like? It sounds as if he doesn't know. And as you know, I don't know the Bible in and out, but it sounds as if he doesn't know either.
Yeah. All right. So
just hold on. Please hold on. Let me just tell you a little bit about this, the God that they get them. So this is where they said morality comes from, the God, right? The God that planted the tree in the garden, an all-knowing God planted the tree that would cause the death and destruction of his own children. The same one that could not forgive Satan for coming in opposition with him and had to throw him out of his own home and, say, look, I want nothing to do with you. That same God. The same one that killed, I think, how many deaths are attributed to this God? Someone did a calculation, almost millions, right? Attributed to this God. Just go and look at some of the stories. There's the case of Onan. The Onan was told that you've got to sleep with your dead brother's wife. Not only sleep with her, you've got to, make sure your seed gets right inside her. But because he decided no, seed no, goes on the floor, straight away, God just took him out, because God was standing right there, watching and waiting to see where his seed is going to go. There was the case of Uzzah. Uzzah in the Bible. Uzzah was trying to support God, because once upon a time, God lived inside a box, right? He lived in this box that the Israelites carried about with them, right? There were all sorts of instructions, how to take care of the box, who can come near the box, who can do, but God lived in a box. Anytime they went to war, they took the box with them. If you don't take the box with you, you are not going to win any wars, right? Even the box was stolen at one point. The God box was stolen at one point, right? And so the box, God in living inside the box was about to drop, and this guy reflex, right? His reflex just quickly to go and grab a hold of the box. But because God has given directions, who should touch this box and who shouldn't, and because this person happened to not be of the tribe that have been assigned to touch the box, that's it. God took him out, right? Now, think about the flood. God, he just regretted. He regretted making humans, and everybody gone. 8 adults, not one single baby made it onto that boat. Not one, right? Now,
Host.
talk about his child.
Okay.
I'm nearly there, nearly there.
Okay. Host.
Now talk about his own child. He's a God that's bloodthirsty God that needs the blood of animals constantly. One animal has to die. He even tells the people what kind of animals he wants dead, right? How to treat it, how to place it on the what do you call it, on the altar, right? For him, it wasn't about the blood, it wasn't about the flesh, it wasn't about, and it was about the smell of the burn, right? When that animal is burnt, once that smell goes up, and he smells it, he's happy in himself, and now he can forgive sins. But he got to a point where he couldn't take any more of that, and he needed the ultimate sacrifice of his own child. So guys, this is where they say morality comes from.
Well, I would say morality comes from every religion, every society, every community. It's not peculiar to Christianity. Yeah, it's not something
The
that
only
only Christianity
religion.
Honey
fulfills.
crown.
But then, you see, the way you were describing God, God had already said it in
Did I lie?
Isaiah
Did
45
I
verse
lie
7.
about God? Did I lie
No.
about
Yeah,
God?
you could. Yeah, everything is in Isaiah 45:7. You can read that.
No,
Just
I'm asking.
a short sentence.
I'm asking you. Everything I said about God, was there any lies told?
No, but that's why he's God.
Was there
He
any
created
lies told
the
about
human
God?
beings.
No.
He created the human beings, so he decides what to use the human beings for. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying. Look at
so there
Isaiah
were no.
chapter
Wait,
45
hold
verse
on,
7.
hold on. So there were no lies told about everything I said about God. Yes.
Yeah, based on what you have read in the Bible,
Right.
right?
Huh?
Yes, you are not wrong. Based on
Right.
your interpretations of the Bible. That's what I'm saying.
It's not.
Everything is summed up in Isaiah chapter 45 verse 7. If you can read that
I
one for
bring
us
light, I
to
bring
make it clear
darkness, I create this, I
how
brought
God works.
disaster. That's Isaiah 45:7.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
we
one
know
that
that.
says he creates both.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Isaiah
Created
45:2.
evil.
Yeah. So you
That's
see,
what-
that's God. That's the way it works. You see, when he asked
No,
Moses
please,
to go to the Pharaoh.
no. I'm not. Listen, please. At some point, you need to get some pushback.
Yeah.
How on earth are you serving a God that boldly tells you that he creates evil? What is this?
Yep.
Is Starben? That was Starben talking? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He
How is
created
this?
Satan, right?
How is this something good? Your God is telling you that I'm the one who creates evil. How can the same person that creates good be the same one that creates evil? What is this?
Did
And
you
he
hear
says you
what
should
he
take the
said?
good. So he has given you
Starben
two
said
options.
that God can use us to do anything he pleases since he creates us.
Really, he
Use
can?
us, so he can do anything he wants, and we can't question any of his
Yes.
actions.
Yes, that is why he's God.
That's where Starben
Yeah, Blue
stands on.
Engineer says that we are his play toy.
Yeah, that's what
So,
Starben is saying. The summary.
No one answered my my question of
What was your
moralism
question? What was your question?
moralism in Africa with the
So
albinos
yeah.
and
Oh wait, hold on.
analytical idealism.
Okay,
Please,
wait.
wait. Can you please
Can I
tell us
answer
what
that?
was
Can
the
I answer that?
question? I didn't even hear the question. Sorry, I've been in and out.
Okay, the one point you made, ideological, oh my God, my words.
What was the question, please?
Albinos and Africa.
If morality was innate, why are witch doctors in rural parts of Africa and stuff persecuting albinos and using them in their concoctions?
Well, they're not persecuting albinos. That was a definitive practice. Just like when the primitive people used to see hurricanes and they didn't know what would cause it.
Did anyone here say that morality is innate?
Yeah,
Also,
No,
speaking to it, yeah.
Huh?
no, I didn't
think
say that.
without religion,
Yeah, morality is
that
innate.
morality
It
would,
is.
would that
Wait,
morality
wait,
would,
hold
would
on,
innately present
hold on.
itself.
Who just said morality is innate?
I believe so. I believe.
Who is that?
You know,
Who's that?
I think it's Starpen.
yeah, stop at me.
Wait,
Me.
Staben, you believe that morality is innate?
He
Yeah,
doesn't know the
it's something.
implication of what he's saying. If you say morality is innate, then you also say that God has influence on what you should do as what is moral. Then morality cannot be innate because
No. If you just tell me now, Staben, that you believe that morality is innate, you're just contradicting yourself. If morality is innate, then you've completely cancelled God.
cancel God. You're laughing and
You
you're
can't tell us that God
marching lines up and
we
down.
get the morals from God, and then morals are innate.
You see,
Or is it just me that is not understanding?
He
yeah,
doesn't
it's
understand
not.
what he's saying. It's
You see,
marching lines.
God has given us brains, right? He created our brain, right?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
No, he
So there's, if you say innate, why do you read the Bible as a Christian? So there's
God
no
did
need
not
for the
create.
Bible.
God did not create nothing. Staben,
as soon as we were born.
That God that you talk about, his existence is yet to be proven. So please do not claim that he created no brain, no nothing.
Brain, nothing, so.
Host, if he's saying it's innate, he completely contradicts himself and he laughs and he's saying rubbish. If he's saying morality is innate, then there's no need for the Bible because everybody is created by his God according to him. So
Right.
everybody should have morality within them. So there's no need for a book to tell you what is moral. So what are you saying at the end of the day as a Christian? You are contradicting yourself back and forth and you are laughing. You don't even know the
because
implication
I
of what
don't
you
believe. You know, when Dab said morality comes from Christianity, I disagree with him, and I mentioned
doesn't
that
matter. I'm not talking about Doel now. You just
Yes.
contradict yourself completely as a Christian.
Why?
You guys are Christians, but you are just nitpicking different thing within it. Why? What?
Look,
But
Christianity.
Are you an atheist?
No.
Oh, so you're an
I'm
atheist?
agnostic.
No. Also, you said you're agnostic?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say there are some atheists that believe that unaliving somebody is just fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm saying. You see,
what are you gonna do about it? Nothing.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
morality.
Who said something about unaliving somebody is just fine?
I was saying there are atheists that believe that unaliving somebody is just fine. That there's nothing
But
wrong with unaliving
you worship a God who unalived his own son. What are you on about?
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. That there's spectrums to what you adhere
that's
to in your belief
hypocrisy.
system.
That's hypocrisy.
You can't say, oh, but some atheists say, oh, you can unalive, but then you worship one who literally had his own son unalive, not just to anyone, but to himself.
And unalive the entire human race,
You don't get
leaving
it
only 8 people.
Oh, because some atheists think that.
But there are lots of human civilizations that practice sacrifice. So
yeah, I want to respond to what he was saying about Africa. Doel, this is my response to you. Now, let's say like something I was saying yesterday, there was a live we had in Bola class, and it was really beautiful. I was saying that you said you were once atheist. I would say that's not true. Probably you thought you were, but you actually weren't. Now, why I would say that is deconstructing God is not something you just do on surface level. It has to go deep into your subconscious. You have to dethrone every God within you. That's the only moment you can say, okay, I am this. Okay, many of us, even this people claiming atheism, let's say a plane is about to crash, you see many of them go down on their knees and they start praying. Most humans, when we are in our dark times, when we are in the darkest times of our life, like maybe on deathbed, you see people, they start to look for help or something. That is a common thing in our society. So atheism is not just something you do on the surface. So yeah, your situation happened, your dark days occurred, and you start to return to the spirituality or idea or path to God that you are most familiar with in your subconscious, which is Christianity, because you were
Okay.
born in a Christian environment. You're actually born in a Christian society. So the Christian part or the Christian ways of reaching out to that which you perceive as God within you, that's what you started connecting with. And right now you have created or you are following modern philosophies and ideologies that doesn't even support the Christianity at its core. And that's why I tell you, you are not actually Christian. You are just using the term, oh, I'm a Christian and this. Then now you are defending. Now for morality for me is more like a spectrum thing. You know, it's more like a spectrum. At what point do you know this is exactly this or that is exactly this? Within Christianity, there are many actions in Christianity that goes against human rights that are completely diabolic, they're completely evil, they're completely wrong. Just the same way you find even in African, the killing of twin babies in some part of Africa, albino sacrifice, all of that, they are found everywhere. Christianity is not excluded. So saying that Christianity brought morality is flawed, is
It is absolutely
full-time flawed. There's no, that I didn't even expect that from somebody like you to make such a statement. It's completely wrong because humanity have been living before Christianity. And guess what? Have you studied Zen? Do you know how peaceful Zen Buddhists are? Do you know that the only religion in the world that have not gone to war, the only popular religion that have not gone to war is actually Buddhism? There's no history where Buddhists went to war with any nation. Christianity, Islam, Hindu, they fall under Confucian, they fall under. Okay, so when you speak of morality, you don't put it on one of the new religion that we have today called Christianity. And lastly, do you know that within Africa, there are cults or traditional houses that are very spiritual? Rather, their spirituality is about peace, it's about love, it's about helping people.
And
Do
money
you know that
rituals.
there are also houses like that in Nigeria, in
And
Africa?
money
where
rituals. Add that.
There's no
Money
such
rituals.
there's no such thing as
I'm not
money
talking of that
rituals.
one. I've already
There is no
what is
such
happening
there
to
is
you,
no
Star
such
Ben?
thing. There's no
Ben, I've
such
already
thing as money rituals.
Ben, I already
Are you
said
sure?
that. Ben, I
Listen,
already
Yes.
I
said
will
that
explain. I will
within
explain
Africa.
what I mean. Sorry, Osas. Sorry.
Ben,
Yes.
behave. I already said that within Africa, there are also practices that are wrong, that are so dark. I said that already. Now I'm saying that within the same Africa, there are religions, there are cults, there are different branches that are so peaceful and all loving. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know why you're repeating what I've already said already. I'm talking to my
Okay, I didn't
brother
get
here,
that part. Sorry.
Dab, who
Afro.
said that Christianity brought morality. I'm telling him that there are cultures and religions that predate Christianity that were moral.
Yeah,
Simple.
absolutely.
Yeah,
In the
I agree with
Christian
you on
way.
that. I agree with you on that. I believe
Okay,
that
hold on. Stop.
every religion, yeah,
Stop
every
it.
religion
Do you know where
contributed
the
to.
idea of
Uh-huh.
picnics? Do you know where the idea of picnics came from? Do you know what a picnic is?
Please don't tell me you're gonna give me the activist definition of it.
Yes,
That,
I
that
am.
that's
Oh,
made
yes.
up.
Oh, yes, I am. Oh, yes, I am. Because Christians used to gather together on Sunday in church, right? At a
That is
picnic
made up.
service and bring a melanated person and lynch him, right?
That is made
Isn't
up. That is made up. That is not true.
Wait, hang on. Did you say
Tell me
picnic?
I'm lying.
Did you say
Tell me
picnic?
I'm lying.
Wait. Did you say picnic?
Yeah, picnic.
Picnic.
That's
Hang on.
Picnic,
some
how
of
you
the
know
crazy
picnic?
stuff
Google.
in USA.
That's why we need. That's why we have Google.
You know,
Right.
the
Oh,
USA
beautiful.
history.
Look it up.
Origins of picnic.
USA history is really crazy. Like the Christianity there were
What
just
they
crazy.
use that Bible to do, there's nothing you would stand on this panel and justify it with. Like, you could try.
Okay, that
but
goes
you
back
would
to
not
Osa.
succeed.
That goes back to what some points Osa made toward me a few moments ago. There is Christian where I defend Christianity are the political attacks against it because of its tied to colonialism, which I think was a net positive for the whole world anyway.
You are
So
defending
No,
a
no,
lie,
no. I
bro.
disagree with you
Christianity
on that.
wasn't positive for the whole world. I can prove that to you historically. You are defending
Please,
a
Osas, go
lie,
ahead.
bro. How can you say?
I believe it was. I believe it was. I believe it was
Okay,
beneficial to the world because-
Can you give me the opportunity to disprove that for you?
Sure.
Okay, do you know that? Okay, I will say that if the two problems of humanity today that is limiting our progress collectively is racism and religion, especially the Abrahamic religion. These are the two religions, Islam and Christian, that love to evangelize, to go out to people and tell them, because you are not like us, become like us. When you become like us, you become a better person. Okay.
Can I I'm so sorry. I'm going to interrupt. There's somebody who's been making all these comments in the chat. What's his name again? Oh, thank you. I wonder what that is. Oh wow. GJ1205. You keep asking, so who created the first human? Who created the first human and who created the first? Okay. My answer, even though there are other answers, but my answer, right, is I don't know. I honestly do not know. Whenever or whoever came first, how that happened, I don't know. But then, Jide, I would like for you to tell me how the first man or woman, I don't know which one came first. Please, I want you to please tell me how that happened, since you know. Right? Because the thing is, the moment you tell people that you don't believe in God, that's the go-to. The go-to is, so who created you? So who created you? Okay, I've got a mother and a father. No, who created them? Who created the ones that came before them? Going back all the way to the very first. So it looks like they know the answer. So I always want to know who. I mean, how? How did it happen? Right? So Jide, I'm waiting for your answer. If not,
I think we are all aware of how the story is. So
shush your mouth.
As stated in the Bible and the Quran and the Book of Mormon and all those stuff. Yeah, we know the stories. But
Ben,
my
I
question
think
is,
your
my question
idea
is,
of religion is mainly Abrahamic.
Let me finish.
No, actually, no. Osas
yeah,
was speaking. I interrupted Osas.
What's up?
I actually interrupted Osas. Yes, sorry,
Yeah,
Osas.
that's good.
For Ben, I think your worldview of religion is mainly Abrahamic anyways. You mainly mention Islam and Christianity when you are talking. And that's really, I think you should study more religions before you say you're an agnostic. For Dab, I would say Dab, in the 10th century, Philip is, I know you know these things very well too. Let me show you where I want to explain to Dab actually how Christianity limited humanity. When universities started in Italy, like let's say the known university that happened in Italy, do you know that most of the scientists back then, all their research was controlled by the church? Humanity was limited by the church because the church and the state were not separated. Science could not progress because the church would limit how far the scientific mind can go. If anything they are discovering counters what's in the Bible, they could unalive that scientist. People like Galileo. That limited humanity.
Hold on, please. Everyone, please hold on. Hold on. So, Jide, no, I just told you, Jide, that I do not know how which one of them came first. I don't know whether it is the man or the woman. I just told you that I don't know. And here you come telling me that if I don't believe, I should prove it via scientific theories like the Big Bang or evolution. Jide, is it that you're not, where have you kept your brain? When someone tells you, I don't know something, now you come and say, prove it with science. How am I supposed to prove something I don't know? Jide, what happened to your brain? No, Jide, you tell me. I want you to tell me how. You prove it. You're the believer, right? You are the God, you are the God person. So God has definitely told you. Please tell me, how did the first man and woman get here? I don't understand this.
Dub, this is an example of what we're already talking about. Look how limited his mind is already.
I just told somebody, I don't know. He said, you don't believe? Then prove it with science.
Yeah.
Phil, I know you can prove it. Phil is a scientist. I know Phil can prove it. He will give you a whole good lecture right now, right?
Yeah,
But
evolution, but
yeah, no, you would do, but no, Phil.
but we can't do that. Go through all that.
You know what time it is where I am? It's really very
Yeah, you know.
I want to know. So who is that? Jide is saying all you need to do is research. Research it from where? Which angle? What am I supposed to research?
To research it.
Research.
So I have a quick question.
Yeah, go on and ask a question.
Do you
Right,
believe
is
in
correct.
performing funeral rites for a dead person?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you believe or do you accept performing a funeral rites for a dead person?
Human rights for dead person.
When you say funeral rites, what does that mean?
Yeah,
funeral rites.
It's funeral rites. When you lose a family member, what do you do before you bury?
You bury them.
Yeah, things that you do before you bury. Do you think as somebody who is atheist, who doesn't believe in anything?
Yes.
Why do you think there is a need to perform such rites for somebody who has died?
Now, when you say rites,
Why
I'm
do you
not
do
sure
photo shoots in your birthday?
I'm not sure I would call it a rite.
Yeah.
I would call it a celebration of life ceremony, right?
Yeah,
where
but
where you remember the person, right? Where you you talk about the things that they've done here on earth, how they have impacted your life, right? And that's it, really. That's it.
Like taking a photo, going for a photo shoot in your birthday. Why do you snap pictures in your birthday? You know, it's no big deal. It's just nothing. Just celebrating.
But this person is dead and gone. So
yeah.
all that
You're
you are saying,
celebrating the
he doesn't hear
memories you
them.
had
So
with
why
him.
are you worrying yourself doing that?
Star Ben, why do you think?
Wait, Star Ben. So because I don't believe in God, if my loved one dies, what should I do? I should just go and throw them in the dustbin.
Just put him in the soil. Just put him in the soil, and that's it.
That's
So
all
you
that
think,
you are saying.
Star Ben, can I quickly just say this? What you're basically saying is that unless you believe in religion, you're not allowed to have human emotions. You're not allowed to grieve. You're not allowed to be happy. You're not allowed to do anything. No, because you said
are
just
allowed.
put them. No. You said to put them in the ground. You know, these rituals are not for the dead.
Because it is a practice that everybody does. And it comes from religious.
It doesn't come from religion.
It doesn't come from religion,
No,
bro. That's
for
very
sure,
wrong.
it is.
The
It is.
idea
No.
Star Ben, death rituals exist within and outside of religion. Religion found, like I said, religion was a whole system of how you live. So death was just part of it. Nothing to do with any of the things that we do. Burying people came from the Bible.
Yes, me too. I want to be cremated.
No, I'm not saying the Bible. I said religion.
Yeah,
Dynamite
It's a religion. It comes from religious beliefs.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it comes not Abrahamic alone.
Let me
Not
finish.
Abrahamic,
The
even
thing
the
is, you're
African
replying
one.
without letting me finish.
Let
saying what I have to
Leo
say.
finish, bro.
Star Ben, let her finish, please.
Thank you.
Let
What
her
I'm
don't
basically
talk
trying to tell
over
you is that
Leah.
the death rituals have nothing to do with religion, rather to do with culture, because it's what people do to celebrate someone's life and to pass them over. It doesn't mean that they believe in anything, because it's for the people who are grieving. It's not to do with the person who's passed away. They're not going to be there. Even most religions don't believe that the person's going to be there when at their funeral. So the way that you made it sound, because you said just put them in the ground, you're being insensitive, because it basically sounds like you're saying that atheists or people who don't believe in religion are not given
Should
privilege
have
to
emotion.
feel emotions. Exactly. No
Exactly.
emotions.
No. I am looking at how that activity came about, and I'm saying such activity.
Tell us
you
how did it
mentioned
come
culture.
about?
Yeah, you mentioned culture, but I'm telling you, it is embedded in religion.
But
No,
it's
It has
not
to
from
do with
it's
religious
religion.
not.
beliefs. If you
It's
like,
not.
do
Religion
a
has stolen a
research.
lot of
Please,
things.
let me finish.
Though.
You said let me finish. If you like, do a research as to the reason why people bury people in certain ways. And you will know that every community, every society believes
I
in
would love to
something.
respond to this, Leo.
Yeah, you need to do more research about
Say
that.
that again.
We
Say
do
that.
it different.
Let him finish.
We
That
do
every
it differently.
every society believes in what?
Every society believes in some spirit, okay, some spirit, and
Please,
that
what is
belief,
Star Ben? Please, what is
yes,
this? What is a spirit?
it could be a supernatural being.
No.
I mean,
Not it could be. You just
look,
said that every
I'm
society
saying,
believes in a
I'm
spirit.
saying that activity.
What is a spirit?
A spirit is an unseen being that you believe has powers.
It's unseen. An
Yes,
unseen
it's
being.
unseen. Yes.
Os, can I
Unseen being.
respond to something?
No, hold on. Just hold on,
Okay.
Osas.
Okay.
An unseen being.
Yes.
And what does this unseen being do?
That's what I'm saying. It is a belief. It is a belief
Oh,
that
it's a
when
fucking
one
belief.
dies, there is a soul in that
It's a
person.
fucking
The
belief,
soul
but
goes
people believe
somewhere.
in this
The
unseen
reason
being.
why we do funerals in a certain way that almost everybody does, right, is because of the religious beliefs of that society. You can check everywhere, even though we do it differently.
No.
You can
Star
check.
Ben,
You can do your research.
Star Ben, you just said that they all believe in a spirit.
Yes, I use the word a spirit because there are different notions about that spirit. There are different notions about it based on the
Star Ben,
community.
Star Ben, have you got a spirit?
Yeah, I believe I have a soul.
Oh,
so when
soul and spirit, are they the same?
Look, you see, the belief is that soul.
No,
they are not the same.
Yes,
they are not the same.
No, it's a yes or no question.
They are not the same, but they relate.
They're related.
Yeah,
they call it tripartite.
They're brother and sister.
yeah. So we have body, soul, and spirit. Okay. So what I'm saying
hold on. So Star Ben, they are different. Please tell me the difference between the soul and the spirit.
Yeah. So there is something we call God, right? We believe this God is a spirit. It makes judgments. We don't have one particular God. We have different kinds of God depending on the society. So when one dies, we believe that this soul is going to that spirit, either for judgment, either to stay with that higher spirit or higher being that we call spirit, right? So every society has this thing in their culture. So when one dies, they don't just perform the funeral rite for emotional or mourning sake.
Host, I would love to respond
purposely. They do it purposely for these beliefs, these spiritual beliefs that they have. That's why they perform such funeral rites. So it's like they are giving a send-off party to the soul, right? That is going to the spirit, that the higher being that they believe gives them life.
Oh, so you reckon that funerals are the place where you come to get the soul ready for going to its the soul or the spirit? Which one?
Ancestral world.
Okay, so when you do funeral, that's you're allowing the soul to go back to its
original place.
What about people that died in plane crashes?
So in Christianity, we say it's going to God for judgment, right?
Man, I really want to talk right now.
Hey Leo, thank you.
In African traditional religion, we believe the soul is going to a place we call ancestral world.
Oh,
that is why when you see, that's why you see a lot of Africans, particularly Ghanaians, foreign libation, calling our forefathers, okay, and stuff. It's sort of a belief that the soul that is, I mean, the soul still lives on. It doesn't die. It still listens to you, but you cannot see it. Okay, so we do all those funeral rites based on religious beliefs. That's what I'm trying to establish. We don't just do them because we feel emotional or we are mourning the dead. That is not the reason why we perform that rite.
Okay, Starben, I'm sorry to interrupt. Osas, please give me 1 second. Because I keep getting questions in the chat to myself, asking me, do I believe in anything? Yes, I have some beliefs, right? I have some beliefs, but beliefs in a higher power, in a deity, in spirit world, no, I don't have any such beliefs. I don't believe in God, don't believe in gods, don't believe in spirits, don't believe in demons, don't believe in any of those.
Any spiritual, supernatural.
Supernatural, any of that, whatever it is, however you describe it, I don't believe in any of that stuff. So does that answer your question? Do I believe in the pink fluffy?
That's blasphemy, bro. That's blasphemy. No pink fluffy anything.
No, but the pink fluffy. Oh yeah, the pink fluffy unicorn.
Listen, when we're talking about deities, please do not add the pink fluffy. I beg you.
That's the god of Empress.
Please
Empress
do
believe
not
in that
add.
stuff.
Mine is these playing space monkeys.
So someone is asking me, so where do souls come from? I don't believe you've got a soul.
There's no
I'm
soul.
still trying to ask, what is this thing called soul?
Yeah.
What is this thing called soul? They say it's your
personality.
What was it Starben called it? What did Starben call your soul again?
Yeah, I said it's an unseen being within you.
No, that's the spirit.
That is spirit.
You said
that
that's
one is spirit.
What did you call the soul?
So the soul is the immaterial part of your body, of your human, of your being. Okay. So you see, you just asked a question. What is the soul? Something told your mind.
Personality.
So something told your mind that you should ask me, what is the meaning of soul?
Something told my mind
So I have a question for him. I have a question for Starben.
No.
Yes.
Osas has been trying to
That is
concerning that soul.
Can we let Osas speak?
Yeah.
Sorry, Phil.
Apparently something told
No problem, Osasa.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Let's just make me laugh. Something told my mind to ask Starben.
You were reasoning.
So wait, let me hold on. Let me speak to that something again, right?
Yeah.
Let me speak to that something that keeps telling me what to do. So please, if you're there, you're inside me and you're listening and you're telling me what to do you think you can give me the lottery numbers?
Prophesy.
You
Prophesy.
think you can? No, because there's something inside me that is telling me what to say and what. So please, if you're listening to me and you're inside me, and you want me to believe you're in here, give me the numbers for the lottery. Okay? I'll come back and give you all feedback on whether the thing inside me has said something.
Whoa.
Okay, Ben. Ben.
Yes.
Can you hear me, Ben?
Yes, I can.
There's something Leo said, Spiritual Safe said that I think you should have paid attention to when she said it's more of a cultural thing. For me, I want to take it in my own way I see it, and I want us to just travel in this journey. Just look at it this way. Tell me, it's two questions. One, don't answer now. One, the first person to experience the loss of a loved one, how did that person react? Was that person's reaction a religious rite, a burial rite, or any rites? Secondly, are you aware that when a fellow dog goes away, you know what I mean? I don't want to use the K word, Kill. When a fellow dog
on alive.
When a fellow dog is unalive, a dog that is close to that dog also show similar human traits. The way they react, they mourn some situation, they will go to that grave and just lay there for so long, just be there crying. You know, dogs do that too.
Yes.
So is it religion that is informing them? So I will tell you that you are mistaking reaction these are pure human reactions when someone dies, and saying them being an atheist makes them become people without emotion, that cannot react, that cannot celebrate the life and memory of their loved one. That is really not a nice thing to say to anybody.
Mhm.
And also, I told you,
Exactly.
like, if I'm doing my birthday is next month. If I'm doing my
Hey,
birthday, I go to the studio, I do a photo shoot. Is it religion that is informing me to do a photo shoot or to celebrate the 7th of July? Is it religion? It's just reaction. It's just me appreciating myself. So I lost my father. I buried my father last month. The whole
Oh no,
stuff
so
we're
sorry,
doing,
Osas.
the
I
yeah,
didn't know that had
the whole
happened.
stuff, the whole stuff we did in the burial, for me, I wouldn't say for everybody, but for me, I was respecting his memory. I still hear his voice in my head. You know, I'm respecting my relationship with him during his lifetime. I'm honoring that memory. That's not religion. That's me being me. That's me being human. So you bringing that, it's more like you just putting atheists in the place that, oh, there's no emotion, you can't react to anything. Just put the person in the ground. Why do this? If you make any attempt. Lastly, these things are reactions that some of these reactions became popularized in various religions. That's why you now see this religion has its own way of burying people. That religion has its own way of burying people. You
That's
understand?
right.
It's all
Everybody.
originated as reaction, and it's a
Rituals,
natural thing.
different rituals.
These are just rituals created by people, popularized by people. Maybe Mr. Tunde lost his brother and he buried his brother this way, and he did it that way. And he said, okay, now everybody that follows me should be doing the same thing like I did it. That's how many of these things started. So there's no conversation there. I don't know what you want to say to argue with this.
And also,
Yeah.
But it's a ritual too. But it's a ritual of something, though.
Mr. Staben, Mr. Staben, it shows to me that you haven't given a lot of thought when you claim that doing burial rites is a religious thing, and it is preparation for the spirit to return. Preparation for the spirit to return to its maker. You know why, Staben? So, Staben, if the person died 3 months ago and the person is being buried 3 months later, are you telling me that the person's spirit has waited 3 months, waited until the funeral rites before it can then go to? No, that's what you want us to believe, right? That he told us here that
he said that.
During when you do,
that's when they do
funeral,
send forth for the soul.
When you that is when the soul now starts to pack its bag. And
do you know the billions of people that never had the burial rites done for them
its
after
creator? So if, because you know, like in Nigeria now, sometimes when someone dies, right, money, there's no money to pay for the mortuary. There's all sorts of things start to happen. The parents and families start to fight, and before you know it, that body waits almost 1 year before they bury the person, right? So Staben, please, within that 1 year, can you please tell me where is that person's spirit?
Okay, so first of all, let me look at what Osa said. Osa, I'm not saying that when you lose a family member or relative, you shouldn't react emotionally. I'm not saying so. I'm using the word funeral rite. The difference between funeral rite and reaction to somebody you have lost.
You missed the point.
Your reaction. No. I'm not missing anything. You are missing it.
No, you missed it completely.
No. You are missing it. You have said the right thing, that they have the right to be emotional. I don't disagree with that. That's something that human feeling. You
I
need
am
to react.
saying the origin of every right is from reaction.
Let's stick to the word funeral right. I use a terminology.
Hold on, guys.
I use a terminology.
Hold on. Please hold on. Spiritual say, are you able to host the live?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I can.
Okay, guys, I've got to leave, and it's very soon. Soon. You know why? Yes, I have to. I've got to be up in a few hours. It's Monday morning. I got to get my boy ready for school. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, and it's pretty late. And let me tell you, I don't get paid to sit here and stay up all
That
night.
is true.
And you know, I raise, in case for some of you who don't know, I raise an autistic child. He's 13, and he's, well, yeah, I wouldn't say completely dependent on me. Some things he can do for himself, but he is dependent on me. So if mom is not waking up, trust me, nobody are going nowhere. Everybody will sleep. So
Oh,
listen, yeah, I have to get some short eye very soon. So let's see, guys, what do you want to do? Do you want to Spiritual Safe can host the live, and then we move over there? I will join in, but I will not. When it's my time to sleep, I will just go bye. But I can come over there, or yeah, we can do that if people. So do me a favor, and if you can please follow her, right? Follow her, Spiritual Safe. She's on there right now. Follow her, and then we can move over there. People on YouTube, I apologize. I will not be able to stream that at all because this is it. I need to. But thank you all, everyone on YouTube.
Thank you.
I've been streaming on YouTube all this time. Let's see. Renee Jackson, Lina, look at the trees. You see love.
Yeah, guys in the future.
Dave, Gerwolf, everyone. Thank you all so much. Guys, listen, let's keep this conversation going, right? One thing you must understand, when we have these conversations, I want you all to listen. Put your ears, just put your ears down. Every time we speak to religious people, they always never give you straightforward answers, right? And they're always meandering, just deflecting. For some reason, when they come here, it's like they want to distance themselves completely from their religion, right? But on a good day, when they're among their fellows who believe the same like them, oh, it is all, just, yes, let's just go. But
the Lord is good.
When it is time to question that belief, for some reason, you can't, the answers you're getting just don't make any sense whatsoever, right? And so you have to ask this question. Is this belief system, is it really all that it is made out to be? Right? Have people put any thought? If you notice, Starben said he was born into this religion. He was born into it. And so here he is, grown man, still carrying on in the religion he was born into. If Starben was born in Saudi Arabia, Starben would be a Muslim. And today, he will still continue to be a Muslim. Right? So these are the things. You have to apply critical thoughts. If you are somebody who has a belief system, you have to ask the question, why do I believe what I believe? Is there sufficient evidence to continue to hold the belief? Listen, we are challenging beliefs here. That's what we do here. We challenge those beliefs. Because some of these beliefs, because someone will say, oh, it helps me from community. I have community. The same community will tell you they tell you who you must marry within the community, how you must have sex in the community, who you're supposed to be friends with, and they dictate your life. Is that the community you want for yourself? Is that what you call community? Look, what I call community here. Nobody's dictating anything to me. The day any atheist person want to dictate anything to me, I'll tell you where to go and where to shove your
preach.
I will tell you where to go and throw yourself in the ocean or something. Right? My reality. It is my reality, right? No. Right? But guys, these conversations, we keep on, we keep on having them. We keep on getting better at it. And so everyone, you all take care. My son leads me first thing in the morning. So yes.
Nice.
Let's
Blessings.
see. Somebody.
Okay.
Oh, Nicholas, I'm so sorry. I wish I can bring you up, but no. And I need to shut. Okay, has everybody followed Spiritual Safe?
Yeah, I have.
Guys, everybody, have you followed her? Star Ben, have you followed her? Star Ben? Have you followed
Yes, I have.
Spiritual Safe? We're going over there now.
Yes, long time,
Gio,
long
have
time.
you followed her?
Yes, I followed.
Osas,
Yeah.
yes, you have
Yeah.
done so. Okay,
Do-
everybody,
do-
right, let's go over there. Come on, everybody, pack your bags, let's go. All right,
I'll go
everybody
figure
on
out how to do
YouTube,
it.
good night. Everybody, bye, bye-bye.
Night.
Right.
Bye-bye.